Hello and welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 FPS game tutorial where you're going to be learning how to make a true FPS character, importing assets, making a nighttime environment, hunger variable, a thirst variable, walk and run functions, stamina variable, pickups, and making a point system, and all those are a lot of fun things. We are also going to be learning how to make a selling system, setting up the HUD, making an AI and AI functions, and making a gun damage upgrading system based off the points. So definitely a lot of things to learn in this, and I can't wait for you to start. Hello and welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 1. My name is Weston Hewitt, and we're going to have a lot of fun making this game together, so let's get this started. Alrighty, so here in section 1 we're going to be learning how to make the third person character into a first person character, asset migration, adding in a gun, making a gun shoot, gotta make it shoot, making a nighttime scene, adding a flashlight, and making flashlight functions. So a lot of things that we're going to be learning in this first section. It's going to be a lot of fun, so we'll see you then. Alrighty peeps, here we go. We are going to be opening the Epic Game Launcher. We're going to double click on that. When this screen loads, we are going to be using 4.10.4. I found this to be a really good version of the engine for doing this tutorial. So if you don't have it, I definitely recommend you installing it. So pause the video, install this so that we're all on the same page. Once you do that, we're going to launch this version. We are going to wait for this to load. Hopefully it doesn't take forever. Definitely helps if you have an SSD. Things will load faster if you have your Epic Games application on that, so we can get going fast. Okay, now we're here. We're going to be going to the New Project tab. We're going to make sure this is a blueprint, and we are going to be using the third person. So let's click on that. We're going to make sure it's desktop/console, maximum quality, with, I repeat, with the starter content, because we are going to be using some of this stuff later on in the course. So once we do that, we're going to get rid of this, and we are going to call this the cap locks basic FPS tutorial. And when we're done with this, we are going to create the project. Now that we're here in the main screen of the editor, we are going to expand the screen just a little bit, make this side a little bit bigger. It's entirely your own preference. This is just mine. I'm going to expand this over here so I can see my folders. And what we're going to be doing first is that we are going to open, or actually not open, click on our content folder. And then we're going to right click, and we're going to add a new folder. What we are going to name this folder is going to be Enemy AI. Enter. Now that we have that folder, what are we going to, there's nothing in it. What are we going to do? So we're going to be going over to our third person blueprints, opening up the blueprint. In here you see your third person character. This is what you see as your person over here. What we are going to do is we are going to duplicate this. And once we duplicate it, or if I did that a little too fast, here we'll go like this. Get rid of that. We are going to right click, go to duplicate, or you shortcut is Control W, and we are going to call this AI active. Now that we have that, we are going to left click and grab that character, and we're going to throw them into the folder that we just made in Enemy AI. Now in here we are going to move it. We don't want to copy it, we want it to be in its own folder. So once we have that, that's pretty much what we need for right now. We are doing this because we're going to be making some artificial intelligent enemies later on here in this series. But right now we're just going to leave it as this. So what we're going to do now is we are going to open this third person blueprint. Once you go there, we are going to go into the blueprints, back again to the third person character. So what are we going to be doing in here? Whoops. So in here, we are going to be turning this third person character into a first person character. And for you, those of you who don't know, which I'm sure most of you do if you're familiar with the engine, this is the third person. You can run, jump, left, right, walk, spin, all these basic movements. We're going to get out of that. We're going to reopen this, and what we are going to do is go over here to the camera, and we got to attach this to this character. Or a matter of fact, this pawn right here. So how do we do that? Well, if we go over here, we see this little tab called sockets. And what sockets do is that it attaches objects to objects. In this case in point, what we are trying to do is the camera to the character. So let's see what happens. We go into our sockets. It won't let us click over here, so we go to the Browse tab. It says None and Spring Endpoint. Well, this isn't helping us much. We got to get this camera attached to this character. So what we're going to do is grab our following camera over here in the Components tab, and we are going to make it a child of the mesh. And once we do that, it is now partnered with this character right here. So it has access to all of the bones inside of this character. So what we're going to do now is go back to the sockets. As you've seen before, all it had was none and the other one. So now that we click the browse, it gives us all of the bone names to this mesh, which is the third person character. But we're going to make it a first person. So we're going to scroll all the way down until we find the head bone. We're going to click on that, and as you can see over here in the viewport, it turned the camera 90 degrees. And you see, though, it is following the idle animation of the pawn right here, the character. Excuse me. And now that we got to that point, what we should be doing next is we are going to fix this. We're going to go over here and select rotation. Once we do that, we're going to zoom into this little bit, and we are going to rotate the camera at 90 degrees. Once we do that, we can go back to moving it. We're going to scoot out here a little bit so we can get a better viewing angle. We're going to drag this camera up a little bit more, and we're going to drag it over like so. And once we get to this point, I definitely recommend changing your snap settings over here from 10 to 1. You could do 5, but for me 1 is a lot more accurate for obvious reasons, but some people prefer things different. I like to spend just a little bit more time making things be a little bit better. So we're going to pull this forward, pull it up, if I can grab it. Sometimes these things can be rather difficult. Pull it up, and we're going to check out how this is going. So this is alright, but it could be better. So we're going to scoot this over about the center. Hopefully it doesn't be kind of funny with us, because it does this sometimes when you're doing the camera. That looks good. Maybe a little bit more over the face. So you're going to probably want it about right on the brow. Probably about like so. That looks pretty good. And this is all just preference. You can make it however you want, but this is just what I'm doing. We're going to compile and save that. So let's see how that goes. I'm going to go back in here. We're going to press play. We go in here. And we got our first person, definitely. We jump. But there's a problem. When we're moving with the mouse, it's not moving. So what do? We are going to have to fix that. So how are we going to fix that? Well, we're going to exit out of this. We're going to go back into the third person character. Once we do that, we are going to go to the third person, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be one of those days. We're going to go to the third person character self-reference up here at the top in the components tab. And once we do that, we are going to go over here to use controller rotation on the yaw axis. And that's going to be in the pawn tab. And you see it has a little mark here saying, hey, you need to switch this because it recognizes that it's in its first person position at the moment. So we do that. Compile, save, and minimize. And let's see what that does. So we go, click on the screen, and lo and behold, we can turn. We're using the yaw axis. So that works. But we can't look up and down. And this is a problem. Well, I mean, at least to me, you know, because I like to look up and down in games. What if there's a nice starry night out in the game? I want to check it out. What if there's a killer hiding in the trees and you're walking through the forest? You never know. So we need to make this where you can look up and down. So how we do that is we're going to exit out of this. We're going to go into the third person character. Back into the third person character self-reference in the components tab. And in the pawn tab, in the details panel, we are going to click the use controller rotation pitch. And we're going to click on that. You're going to see it's give us this return back to false, but we're going to ignore that. So what's going to happen is we're going to compile, save. Let's see how much of a difference that made. So we press play, click on our screen. Oh, we can turn left, we can turn right, we can look up, we can look down. So that's a little better. This is starting to, you know, feel more like a first person. You jump, turn, look up, look down. There's still a problem. Is that it's really, really jittery because it's following the movement of the character almost too well. And there's a way that we can fix this, though, to give it a little bit smoother of a look. So we're going to exit out of here. We're going to go into the third person character again. And what we are going to do this time is we are going to go and click on our mesh. Or no, we are not actually. We are actually going to minimize this, find our character, click on our character, and then, oh my gosh, where did it go? Mesh. Nope. Camera. Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the following camera, so your camera in the components tab, and we're going to click on that, and over here we're going to find the camera settings. Now in the camera settings, we are going to need to click on use pawn control rotation. So when we click on that, we're going to compile, save, and let's see how this affects the gameplay. I'm going to press play, click on the screen, and you notice when we walk or turn up and down that it doesn't have that jitteriness to it, which is really, really awesome. It starts to give you that feel of like, okay, this is, you know, starting to become more like first person. And that's pretty much all we're going to be doing for this first video. I hope you had fun following along, and I can't wait for you to get into this next video. It's a lot more fun to be going on. So we'll see you soon. Alrighty, so here we are back in Unreal Engine for first person shooter game tutorial. So what we are going to do is kind of pick up where we left off, but we're going to be doing a little bit more than that. So what we're going to be doing actually is we are going to minimize our main screen there, and we're going to actually start a new game by clicking the 4.10.4 and launching it. And we're going to be actually stealing some stuff. So what I mean by that is we're going to go to New Project in the tab, New Project tab, Blueprint, First Person, and we're going to start this with no starter content, maximum quality desktop console, and we're going to name this Steal Assets From. Doesn't matter how you spell it or what you put, because we're just taking stuff from it, and that's all we're doing. So we're going to create that. Once this gets up and loading, what we are going to be doing is we're going to click on the content folder tab to bring down the source panel. And what we're going to be doing is going into our first person, clicking over here to drag this down. We're going to go into the FP weapon, first person weapon. And this has a whole bunch of materials, the mesh, textures, and what we're going to be doing is importing or exporting / importing in this gun into our new project. So how do we do that? We're going to click on it, the whole file. We're going to right click, go down to migrate. Once we click migrate, it's going to give us all the things that that's in that folder, and if we want to migrate it to another content folder, we're going to press OK. And we're going to go into where we have our Unreal Engine documentation down. Okay, and then we're going to be going down to Udemy Learning Course. Or actually, I'm sorry, no, we're going to be going to the basic FPS tutorial. We're going to click on the little tab to bring down it, and we're going to find its content folder. Once we find that, we're going to click the content folder. It'll recognize that that's where we're putting it, and we're going to press OK. And it'll tell us right here, copied 16 files, some content cannot be copied. Some files were copied successfully, blah 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 blah. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. But anyways, those things I didn't copy, that's okay. Doesn't matter, we don't need all of it. So before we do that, or actually here, let's go check and make sure it's in our other one. So we're going to click over here, and we are going to look over here and see, look, it says first person right here. We click on that, and it has the FP weapon, first person weapon folder, and it has all the stuff that it had, the mesh, all those things. So we're going to make that go back a little neater, and we're going to minimize this. And before we exit out of our Steal Assets From project, we are going to go into the first person blueprint, and we are going to open up the first person blueprints, and we're going to find this first person projectile because we need that. That's what we're going to be shooting with. So we're going to do the same thing, right click, except this time we need to go to Asset Actions. So we're going to do that and go to Migrate. It's going to tell us everything that it's migrating. Going to go OK. And we're going to do the same thing. Usually it'll be already on it if you just did it. See, basic FPS tutorial, content folder. It's in there. And then it said content migration completed successfully. So that's good. And that is all we need from this one. So we are going to be going back to our first one. And in this one, what's this? Okay. So we're going to go back to here. We're going to make sure everything's in there. Let's make this a little smaller so we can see everything better. we need to find where it uploaded the first person projectile, which we just found. So it went into the weapons, the weapon folder under the mesh. So first person FP weapon, which is the weapon and everything, and then meshes. So, and that has all of your materials and the actual object itself. So that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, we're going to show you how to attach all this so that we can get this character actually shooting, which is very exciting. So we'll see you in the next video. Okay, here we are back again. Same spot, same place, same time. We are going to get this gun attached to this character come hell or high water. We got to get this going. So what we are going to do is go into the blueprints, going to find the third person character, and what we need to do is actually minimize this. So let's make it, or not, minimize. And we'll make this side a little bit bigger so we can see what we're doing over here, because all we need is this and this side. This is what we're messing with. So let's make that so we can see. So we're going to go over to our first person, open up our FP weapon, and go into meshes. Now inside the meshes, it's going to have the gun itself, as you can see. If you double click on it, it'll open it up. You can see and check it out. That's the weapon. But we're going to actually exit out that. What we are going to be doing, is having our first person blueprint open in the viewport, going to the material, the FP weapon mesh, find it right there, and that's called the SK_FP gun. And what we're going to do is we're going to drag this in, and we're going to make it a child of the following camera. So what is that going to do? What that is going to do is make it where if we turn, that the gun's going to turn with us. If it's not, let's put it under, or actually let's put it back. Let's see what happens if we have the gun. Let's pull it up here just for show and stuff like that. We're going to rotate the gun. This isn't going to be perfect by any means. And we're going to just see what it does. Okay, it's there. It's on the character. It's not even following it, as you can tell. And we'll minimize that. Sorry, minimize the wrong thing. And you can't really quite see the gun. So actually, let's get this back open. Just for all intents and purposes. So we're going to drag it forward. There we go. Now we'll compile, save. Get that out the screen. Now if we have this, you see it turns with us, okay? But it doesn't really do that good of a job of it. And it definitely won't shoot right now. So what we're gonna have to do is fix actually quite a few things. So we're gonna go back into our blueprints. We're gonna go to our third person character. And we're going to make this gun part of the following camera. Save, compile. And as you can see now in the viewport, that it's actually following the animation just like the camera was, if you remember that. So we're going to have to, let's just make sure. Yep. Okay. So we're going to back out of this and see what that does. You go like this. Okay, it follows it a lot more smoothly, as you can tell if you look at the differences in them. But the gun doesn't look quite that good yet. So what we are going to be doing is going back into the third person, and what we are going to also do is start to make this look better. So we're going to mess with this. Oops. And actually, you know what? We need to make sure that these are all right. So we're going to make this 0, 0, and this one needs to be -90 over in the transform. So that our gun's nice and straight how it's supposed to be. And if we make this smaller, probably a lot smaller, we're going to be able to see where it is in our port right here. So if you move it up, let's see if I can grab this, scoot it back, and we're gonna want it probably about right there. That looks pretty good. Let's see. So that looks alright. It definitely needs to be dragged up some. But the reason why we don't want in this part of the screen where the gun actually is, this part of it is, top part of it is actually overlapping in the screen, is because when we go over here and we go into immersive mode, and then we could press Alt and P to play the game, we're going to see that it is under it. So what we're going to have to do is make it where we can actually see this. So we're going to get out of here. We're going to go back. And we got to drag this gun up. Actually, quite a good bit. And sometimes when you do it like that, it's always kind of funky and it moves it. So let's just put it back where we think is a good spot. Let's see how that looks. You can definitely tweak with this and everything to get what you want. Let's see what it looks like in immersive mode. See, when you go to immersive mode, it looks a lot better. It looks more like how it's supposed to be. But there's still one problem. And we have not set it up where you can actually shoot the gun now. It moves with you, it follows you, jumps with you. But when you click on your mouse, like you would most computer games, nothing happens. So in this next video, we're going to show you how to get this projectile system up and running so that we can start actually shooting. And that'll be very exciting, so we'll see you soon, okay? Alrighty folks, we're back again, and what we're going to be doing actually is going to be tweaking the gun just a little bit, just so it can have a more aesthetic please to it. So we're going to go over here to the gun, click on the gun. We are going to, under the transform tab, going to find the location, and we are going to change this to 36, 18, oh wait, no, I'm sorry, 12, and -37. So when we do that, we're going to compile, save. Let's minimize this. Let's press play, see how it looks. See, it looks a lot better. It's more centered, and I found out that this spot was a more natural feel. And especially if we back out and go to the immersive mode and press Alt and P to play the game, you can see that the gun is definitely in a more natural position to the player, and it also leaves a little space on the bottom right to put whatever kind of icons you want later in the HUD. But yeah, so we're going to exit out of this and get out of immersive. We're going to go back to our Steel Assets project that we made, and what we need is two things out of here. We need the spawn projectile system, and that allows us to spawn the projectile. So what we're going to do is completely encompass this. So everything is selected, and press Control and C to copy it. We're going to minimize that. We are going to go into the, minimize, back into our project, main project, and go to our person character, and go to the event graph, drag down over here, and we are going to press Control V to copy it, or to paste it on here. Now that we have that, let's tidy it up just a little bit. And if we press compile, there's going to be a few things wrong. We don't have an input set up, we don't have it selected to the mesh yet, and we also don't have this gun offset. So we can fix that pretty easily. First things first is we're going to fix this input fire. So we're going to delete that. And then we're going to go into our editor, project settings. Under the engine, we are going to find input. Click on that. And under action mapping, we are going to drop it down and we're going to add an action mapping. We are going to call this input fire. And we're going to set the button for this to be under the mouse, on the left mouse button like it normally would be in most first-person shooters on a computer. So we're going to exit out of that, compile this, and we're going to go over here and press fire. And we got our input fire action event. So this is now in our game. If we press that button, if we press the left mouse button, it's going to activate this. But we still have an issue with this. So what we're going to do is just get rid of this, get rid of the instance, get rid of montage play, and we're going to go play anim montage. We're going to string this in and string its out over to the projectile spawner. And then for the target, we are going to get the player character. And that's going to fit in good. Save, and one last thing is the gun offset. So we're going to delete this and we're going to add our own variable. And that is going to be the gun offset. And we are going to change this into a vector. We're going to compile that vector, save, and what we're going to be changing the value of this vector to is 102, 18, and 20. So we're going to compile that, save. Needed to get this over here. It's going to be one of those days. Okay, so we'll compile that, get it. And there we go. That looks a lot better. But not all the way. So we're going to go back and actually, we are going to go into our first person blueprint, open up the projectile, and we are going to be changing the shape of this a little bit. So actually we're going to go 0.05 and just go across the entire board with it. If not, press this lock thing, change one of them, and it'll change them all at the same time. And we are going to do the same thing for the collision. 0.05. Or, hold on. There we go. This is actually going to be 0.5. Well, that changes all of it. That's okay. We can just leave it how it is then. Okay. And then also, in the same panel, we're going to go to the projectile part of it, and we're going to change this to 20,000 so we get a nice, more bullet-like reaction. And we're going to change that in initial speed, max speed, and all the way down here to the velocity, which is also going to be 20,000. Compile and save that, and let's see how this reacts. See, it shoots so fast. Alright, so now that we have done all of that, we are going to wrap this up actually. So it was definitely a lot of fun showing you guys how to do this, and we'll meet you in the next section. Alrighty folks, so today what we are going to be learning is actually a few things. What we're going to do first is we're going to kind of work on our map a little bit. And what I'm going to do first here, which I like doing all the time, is clicking on your third person thing. Let's get that out of our scene, this little question mark, and everything else can stay. We're just going to be expanding everything just by a little bit. So let's click on this. Make it a good little bit bigger. Same with that. And a little bit wider. That's good. Now let's start working on everything else. Good. Almost too good. Oh, a little bit more. Oh no, that's okay. They're never always centered. That's okay. And all we have to do next is we're going to move these. Doesn't have to be exactly perfect, because this is just helping you get the idea of what you would need to do. And then after that point, that's where you put in your own creativity. And actually, you know what? That's a lot of what I would actually like to see from you, is definitely post some pictures, comments and stuff with the level that you have designed for this beginning part into this lecture. So now we're gonna make these walls match up just like they were before, if not as close as possible. We can do this one real quick from this angle. And that looks good. And let's get this last one. And that's good enough. So let's save this. So far, I definitely want to get into the habit of saving. Sometimes crashes happen. I haven't had it happen to me many times because I have a good enough computer for it. Definitely, if you don't, definitely save all the time. Alright, so now we could move all of these things if we want, but I don't think I'm going to do that, because if you move them, let's see what happens actually. Not much, but let's see what happens when, oops, here, let's Control Z to make it go back. Let's go into our starter content now, what we did before, and we're going to be adding some materials into this. And something for this course I think looks good is the wooden floor walnut, I believe. Nope, that's not it. Aha, it's the wood oak. And we're just going to be covering all this stuff up with the polished, just to kind of give it a different wood material than the floor, so it kind of differentiates. And we'll just mess around, but that's alright. Now to the walls. We are going to put the walls as this last one on all of them. So you're just clicking on it and dragging and dropping. If you didn't know, it's definitely a good thing to be getting used to. Another way that you could also do that is by clicking on it, on the mesh itself, and then going over here into the materials, and you could change it to whatever you wanted. We're going to stick with that though. Save. And we definitely want to add some kind of something, anything really, because it's just this big open area, and if we're going to be having computers later on here in the game trying to kill us, we need to have us have a little bit of chance to run around corners and whatnot. So go like that. Actually, you know what? We can do better than this, actually. Let's go like this and just control and copy. So control and then V. Control V. Nope, not that way. This. No. Yes, no. And let's go over here to our camera speed. Let's click it up to 6 just so we can move around a little bit quicker when we're zoomed out. Okay, that's better. And Control C to copy, Control V to paste. We're kind of making ourselves some rooms right here, except we're going to make these inner walls a little bit shorter so we can run in between rooms. You could add steps and stuff like that, but I'm not going to be doing that at the moment, at least not for this one. And let's just make it like so. Same. Doesn't exactly have to match. We got like a tic-tac-toe thing going on here. Huh. Let's make this one a little bit longer than the rest. And this one longer. Just to give it some difference. This room is just kind of locked out at the moment. This is what I was talking about before. If we go over here, now that we've placed that, when we are going to need these stairs, and we're going to Control and V. We're just going to move these over here, over there. So we have 2 quick ways out. Rotate this one 90 degrees. Let's drag it back so we can try to get it lined up some. Scale it evenly. You scale it evenly by grabbing this center box and seeing all of the X, Y, and Z lighting up. That looks good. Let's back it up some. That works. Let's get this one done too. Oh, that might be a little bit bigger. Let's see how that works. That was about the same. That works. I like that one better. Control V. Let's move it over here so we have one way to get in. Alright. Alrighty now, so let's see really quick how much of a jump this is for our character. It's up. Oh, that was actually pretty flawless. Let's try this one. And that works. Let's do a little bit of walking around. Shoot. Okay. Alright, so actually something I wanted to show you is we're actually going to be going back. Where is it? In our first person. Going to the first person projectile. And I found this to kind of give a better visual response and stuff, so you can see the projectile a lot better. Is you're going to change the projectile speed from 20,000 to 10,000. We're going to do that with all of them, so I'm going to just do that real quick with you. So 10 0 1 2 3 enter 1 1 2 3 4, and down here on the velocity as well, 1 2 3 4. Then compile, save, exit. Alright, now that that's done, we're going to be getting into a little bit more fun things. So let's actually move this back. And then let's move this one. Oops, not delete. Control and Z is delete if you didn't know. Or Control and X. And Control and Z is to undo. So let's do that. I'm gonna put that back where it was. And Control C and Control V to copy. Let's move this here, and we're gonna again scale this down. I think that's about where it was. Looks good. Maybe off center a little bit, but we're not too worried about that. Save. So we got a little bit of a scene going on here, and you could, copy these and place some random objects around the game just to make it a little more difficult for the AI possibly to come get you. And that's good enough for the moment, I would say. Let's save again. Now what we're going to be doing is actually pretty darn cool. We are going to be finding the sun. Basically, this is the directional lighting. And we're going to change its intensity all the way down. We're going to make it a dark scene. Let's go into our world settings. And where is it? Let's drag this out so we can see a little better. Oh wait, here we go. Actually, let's go back to our details. And this all looks good in here, so just change that intensity, and then we're going to be clicking up here out in the sky. We're going to change the sun brightness all the way down to 0. You can do that. And we're going to go to the Zen color. We're going to turn it all the way. Actually, no, let's not do all this. This is a little too much. We're going to just make this a little easier. So once we find the directional lighting, we're going to turn the intensity down. And we're going to just rotate this 180 degrees. If we turn up the intensity, you'd be able to see that rotation. Turn it back how it was, turn the intensity all the way down, and we're going to go up to Build in the drop down tab and go to Build Lighting Only. And this could take a little bit of time, but let's just see how quick this goes. At this point in the making process, it shouldn't be too much. You'll see it over here saying building, 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 and it'll apply it. Now it's all complete. So all of our world that is in here is this really nice dark. So we can go back on the skybox and kind of mess with these if we want to. Let's change the star brightness up some, because that's always nice. Look up. Let's see what it looks like in here. See, it's dark, but it's not too dark. It's almost like a more of a sunset where the sun is already set, but there's still a little bit of light. So let's see if we can change this. I'll leave that actually. Oh, here we go. This is actually what we need to do. It's right here. Colors determined by sun position. So we're going to uncheck that. Now it's really, really dark and everything. And we can get rid of clouds completely, actually. Maybe a few. Kind of make it look kind of eerie. And cloud speed's good. And cloud color, overall color. That'll make it really dark in the scene, but you can't see the stars and stuff. So let's kind of change just the cloud color a little bit. Let's make it a little bit darker of a cloud. So we can't see it too much. Let's bring this up some so there's more clouds so we can see more what it looks like. So we can go like that. So press play. We got this dark, dark, dark scene. Alrighty, so we're actually going to wrap this up, and here in the next video we're going to be making a flashlight. So that's really exciting. So we'll see you in the next video. Alrighty folks, so we're back, and what we are going to be doing is actually adding a flashlight to this scene. So how we're going to be doing that is we're going to be going to the third person blueprint. We're going to go to the blueprints and open up the third person blueprint. And at that point we're going to be going to the viewport, and we're going to be coming over here in the upper left hand corner under components, and we are going to add a component. And what we're going to type in there is spotlight. And we're going to have that in there. So let's press enter. See, there's this wireframe going on, and that's the radius for our spotlight. So let's compile that, save. Let's just see how that is as it stands. Let's press play. So it's dark, but you can't see that far with this, only about a few feet in front of you. So we're going to have to fix that so we can actually see farther, because that's not going to help us when we're running away from enemy AI trying to kill us. Let's back out of this, go back into our third person character, viewport. Before we get too far, we're going to take the spotlight and drag it under the gun and make it a child of the gun. And we'll just press enter. So now it's following the animation of the third person idle, just like the gun and the camera when we were hooking those up. So now that is, we'll just compile and save, and we are actually gonna be turning this down some over here. We are gonna be turning that down, or actually, I am so sorry, we're gonna be turning it up the intensity of this light over here. And what we're going to change that to is 100,000. And you got to use like ridiculous numbers when you're talking about these types of variables. So we're going to go to 100,000. So it's going to be like super, super bright. As you can see, it's having this glowing effect. So let's compile, save. Let's just see how good that brightness does. As you can already see in this, there's a difference. So it's pointing forward. Now you can, we got some good light going on, but it's still not quite that far. So what we're going to do is go back in, make sure our spotlight is selected. We're going to go over here actually, and we're going to rename this real quick. We're going to call this our flashlight for obvious reasons. So our flashlight. Compile, save. Drag this down. We'll just save the other scene real quick too. Fill the screen. Excuse me. And we're going to give this an inner cone angle of 20. So now we got a wireframe mesh of the inner cone now, as you can see. And we're going to bump this up 1 degree to 45. And we're going to change the attention radius actually. This is going to be the distance of how far the light goes. We're going to change this to 5,000. I think that's a good number. As you can see, it super extended it. We might change the outer cone diameter a little smaller maybe. We'll see how it looks. We're going to change our source radius to 100. We're going to change our source length to 100. And compile, save. Before we check that out, one thing that helps get this gun thing off is we're going to just drag this forward kind of under the gun actually. So let's get close over here. Let's move it over. So what the little kind of trick is we're going to put it on his waist and find a good spot on his waist that we want it to be on. Say about right there on the left side. That looks good around the belt loop line. And then we're going to drag this forward until we don't see that glare off the gun. That looks good. Compile, save. Let's see how this works. As you can see here in the editor view, it definitely is a farther light source where you can see have more depth. So let's see. So that's definitely a lot better. Walk around, shoot the gun, and that's looking pretty good so far. You can change it if you however you want it to be, but I feel like this is a good thing to definitely start off on it by just following along like this. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is something a little cool. I think we're gonna exit out of this and we're gonna go to our first person blueprint in the blueprints and find this first person projectile. We're gonna go to the viewport and we're gonna change the mesh or the material on this all the way down here, pretty far actually, to the helix. And we're gonna get this helix pulse tile. And I like this, especially for nighttime scenes, that what we're gonna be using, because it's pulsing 3 different colors, so it's pretty cool. Compile, save, and let's see what that looks like. Excuse me. And that kind of gives it this more of a glowing effect so you can see where the ball is going better. Okay. Now we're going to be going into our blueprint of the third person, and we're going to actually start creating some functions for this light. So we're going to go to the event graph, and we are going to make our own little input for this so we can turn the flashlight on and off. So first we're going to go to edit, and then we're going to be coming over to our project settings, and we're going to create a new input. And we're going to call this flashlight input. Okay. And we're going to go to the keyboard, and we're going to find the F key. F for flashlight. Okay, once that's done, we can exit out of here. And we're going to right click and go to our input events. Now that we have that, we're going to need to come over here and create a variable. And we're going to call this variable is flashlight on. And what this variable is going to be a boolean. So what that is, it's going to be telling us yes or no. So let's get this flashlight input going. So first, what we are going to need is a branch. And this is basically, if you know any coding or have any experience, it's basically kind of like an if statement. And with every if statement, you're going to need a boolean basically saying, hey, is this true or is it not true? And we're going to get that, and we're going to hook this up. Okay, so here we go. After this, we're actually going to be Control and C copying this, and then Control and V to paste it. And we're going to drag the false down over here. And what we're going to be starting to do first is dragging this little good bit over here. And we're going to put down set visibility. And we're going to put that under the flashlight. Oops. Let's drag this down. And we'll put you there. And then what we are going to be doing is copying this just as well. We're going to drag the target down, same over here, from the flashlight. And we're going to come over here to is flashlight on. We're going to pull it over here, and we're going to set it. We're going to copy this one as well. Move this one down here. We're going to connect these. And then, let's keep it tidy also. We're going to click is flashlight on this one. So now that that is done, we're going to go back over here to our branch. We're going to drag the true down here. And we're going to see how this works. But before we do that, actually, I'm sorry, we need to go back to the viewport, click on our spotlight, go all the way down, and under rendering, where it says visible, we're going to check that off. So it's not on unless if we press it. So we're going to do that. And minimize. And then we're going to see if this works by pressing F. So it didn't work. Let's try to figure out why that didn't work. Let's go back into the event graph. And I think I already know why. So here we go. Under this second set visibility, we're going to make sure the new visibility is checked. So now, let's save and compile. Let's see how that works. So now when we press F, it goes on. When we press F, it's off. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. So now we got a working flashlight. So we can see and can't see. So that's pretty nice. So now what we're going to be doing also to make this a little more realistic is, just like a real flashlight runs out of batteries, we're going to have ours run off a battery, so to speak. So we're going to go over here into the variables, and we're going to make one called flashlight battery. And we're going to click on it, change it to an integer, compile, save, and we're going to give this actually a value of 50 right now. Because in our game we don't want you to start out with 100% flashlight. You only get a little bit, and you got to go around and find some batteries. So now that that's done, compile, save, and we're going to start making our flashlight battery. And how we're going to do this is actually first, let's encompass this, keep it neat. So we're going to select everything and press C to make a comment. And we're going to call this flashlight input. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit far over here, and we're going to create an event tick. Zoom in on that. And off of this event tick, we're going to make a sequence node. And actually for everything that we're going to end up needing, we're going to actually adding all these pins all the way up to 5. We're not going to use all those right now, but this is just all the things that we're going to need to input later on, so we're more prepared later. So compile that. Nothing's connected to it, so it's going to give us a warning. And then what we're going to start doing is making the battery now. So we're going to drag off of this straight, and we are going to do a branch node. Let's actually copy this, drag it over here, and we're going to connect these. On our first branch node though, over here we got to make a condition. Is the flashlight on? So we're going to get it, and we're going to connect it to it. So now, over on this second one, we're going to drag a condition down, and we're going to go integer is greater than. And we're going to grab our flashlight battery reference, and we're going to get that and just hook that up to the top. And we're going to set this to 1. Over here we're going to continue and we're going to add a delay node. So basically what a delay node is that every 0.2 seconds it's going to keep doing checking this. And that's also what event ticket does, kind of the same but a little different, is where it's checking this whole string right here every single frame, and this one delay is checking it every 0.2 seconds. And under here on the false, whoops, we're going to do toggle visibility. Under the flashlight. And we're going to grab the is flashlight on, and we're going to set it, connect these two nodes, and now we're going to grab the flashlight battery and set it as well, and we're also going to get it. So first let's hook this up, and then we're going to go int minus int. And we're going to hook this up, and we're going to set that one as 1. That works. And we're actually going to change this over here to the delay to every 1 second. And that's pretty much it for this, for us setting up our battery. And what we're going to do is also check this. So we're going to do a print string, connect these, and now it's going to show us a numerical value in our log. So what's happening is every frame it's going to be calling this sequence. It's asking, is the flashlight on, yes or no? If it's not on, it's not doing anything. If it is on, that it's got to be greater than 1. So if it's 2 or if it's 1 or higher than 1, basically, it's going to come out true. And every one second, it's going to take 1 off of the total flashlight battery. So if it's starting out as 50 is how we said it goes on, and it's going to take 1 off, so it's going to go 49, 48, 47. And once that runs out, so it becomes false, it's going to toggle the visibility, grab the flashlight, and set it that it's not on. So we can't turn it on once the battery's out. So compile, save. Let's press play. If we press F, we should start seeing a numerical value come up in the log up in the top. So just for practicing purposes, we're actually going to change this to, let's say, 15. Just so we can see if it turns off. Turn it on, 35, 20, 15, and the flashlight goes off. So it's working perfectly. So let's go back, change that to its regular one. Compile and save. Alrighty, and that is it for making the flashlight for your dark scene. So we'll see you in this next video. Okay, so now that we have finished everything, let's recap what we did. We learned how to make the third person into a first person. We did that. Asset migration, we stole some assets. We added in a gun. We made that gun shoot. We made a nighttime scene. and we added in a flashlight so we could see in that nighttime scene, and we added some functions to that. So there was a lot of fun things that we learned, and I hope you enjoy this second section just as much as the first. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 2. We are going to get right into this by learning how to make a player health, player respawning, a thirst variable, sprinting input, and sprinting function. So there's a lot of good things to learn in here, and let's dig right into this. Alrighty, so we are back, folks, and what we're going to be learning to do now is how to make a health system. So how we're going to do that is by jumping into third-person character. It's actually really easy. And what we are going to start doing is, oops, there we go. Pull this open. So far this is what we got. This is our flashlight battery. So I think it would be appropriate so if we select all of this and press C to make a comment, and we're going to call this flashlight battery. And we're going to drag this up. So then we're going to go over here into the variables. We're going to create a new variable and call it player health. Click on that. Let's drag this open some, and we're going to make this an integer. I'm going to compile, save, go over here on the right side to default value, and we're going to change that to 100. Compile that, save. And then we're going to zoom in here. We're going to drag off of our sequence node. And we're going to make a branch. And off of this, we're going to get, we're going to set, and over here, we're going to get. So now that these are kind of in the right position, let's connect the set to true. And over here at the beginning, we are going to make a condition asking if the health is greater than 1. So we're going to go int greater than. So basically meaning if it's 0, it's not, and if it's 1 or more, then we are going to have it come out true. So we're going to connect that and press 1. And now that we have that, we're actually just going to hook this up just like this. So let's drag this out, actually try to keep everything neat. And off the false, we're going to put destroy actor. And let's just tidy this up a little bit. So this is our health system. So if the player health is greater than 1, it's going to come out true, and it's going to set the player health. And if it comes out false, meaning that it's less than 1, which would be 0, then it's going to destroy the actor. So we're going to select all this, write a comment, and go player health. And we'll just move this on over here. Compile, save, So, how are we going to test that health? Well, the way that we can test it is by making a sequence that takes away from the value of player health, which would be 100. So over here, we're going to press, let's say, input, or no, we'll just press G. Just press G, and it'll come over to the keyboard events. So G. So when it is pressed, this will happen, and if it's released, this will happen. But all we need is the pressed. So we're going to get and set. We're going to hook this up to the pressed. So if it's pressed, it's going to grab that health. And we're going to go integer minus integer, and int minus int. And drag this over. So how much do we want it to take away? Let's say it'll take away 25. Let's say that. We're going to encompass that, select everything, write comment. We're going to make this simulated death. Or damage, I'm sorry, simulated damage. Compile, save. So we have our health over here, saying if it's more than 1, then it's going to set the player health. If it's less than 1, it's going to destroy the actor. And over here is when we press G, it's going to grab the health. It's going to take 25 away from it. And these two work together, because if it goes less than 0, like I was saying over here, it's going to destroy the actor, which would be the third person character in this. And now that we compiled and saved, we can go like this. Or actually, before we go too far, let's run a checking system. Let's go back into the first person character. And off of here, we're going to do a print string and hook that up. So if we press G, it'll take away 25. And if we go less than that, we're dead. We can't do anything. So to keep it from doing that, actually, I think, if I remember correctly, we're going to delete these. Or actually, here, we'll just go like this, actually. Delete this. Break that. Drag it over here and hook it up to this one instead. I think this will make it where it only comes up once. Let's see. Play. Okay, it's not coming up, so when we press G, it's not doing anything. Nope. Oh, that's why. Gotta connect our node first. Compile, save. Now let's see. Okay, G. Yep, 75, 50, 25, 0, and we're dead. We can't do anything. The actor has been destroyed. And that is all for the player health that we need to learn in this. So we'll see you in this next video. Alrighty folks, and we're back in our scene, and the next thing that we're going to be learning is a really fun thing to learn. And what that is going to be is respawning for the character. And we're also going to add a little bit of functionality to that so that we can't just keep respawning, because you got to have a set amount of lives or something to keep everything in order. So what we're going to do is jump into the third person character. Once we do that, we are going to come down here. Or actually, no, before we do this, we're going to minimize this. We're going to be creating a game instance. So we're going to go to Blueprint, down here to All Classes, and we're going to type in Game Instance. And it's going to be right here, game instance. Select new, and we're going to be calling this player or total lives. Oops. Alrighty. So we're gonna open this, and in here we're just gonna be adding a variable, and we're gonna call this total lives. And over here we're gonna change this to an integer, compile, save, and we're gonna give this a total value of 3. So you have 3 lives. You know, third time's the charm, definitely. So it's not too many lives, too little lives, or not too little lives, just enough to kind of give the player a chance. And then we're going to be jumping over into our third person character. Or you know what, actually before we do that, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go into our game mode. And we're going to press open full blueprint editor. And once we get in there, we're going to make a custom event actually. And we are going to call this respawn. Or wait, oops, I'm sorry. Custom event first. And then call it respawn. So, something we're going to do really quick while we're in here, because we will need it later, is we're going to copy this. Because later on we're putting in these inputs into other blueprints that basically what all of this is called is making a persistent variable. Is because our total lives is in a different, its own blueprint than the third person character is, because when the third person character, boom, his life goes down to 0, destroys the actor, and we implement this respawning method, it basically restarts everything over if you would throw this in the first person or the third person character. So every time you'd be like, okay, I have 3 lives, my health just went down to 0, respawn, and it would say, okay, I still have 3 lives. And we don't want that. We want it to be in its own blueprint away from the third person character, so that we're able to keep track of that, so that that doesn't constantly keep resetting and resetting. There has to be some kind of order to be controlling the amount of lives that the player can have. And that is called a persistent variable. And that's what we are doing with this. So let's get back to it. That was just a little bit of information about persistent variables and why we need them for making respawning. So off of this respawn, we're going to go to spawn actor third person. Or spawn actor from class, and we are going to get our third person character, then it'll change to spawn actor third person character, and off of this we are going to do a possess node. So untick the context sensitivity, because sometimes it doesn't show. So let's get our possess node up there, and our return value is going to go to inPawn, and off of our target we're going to get player controller. And over here off of the spawn transform, we are going to promote this to a variable. And we are going to call this player spawn transform. And compile, save, and that is pretty much all we need to do this. So we're gonna just select all this again, press C to write a comment, and we're gonna make this player spawn event. Oops. Compile, save, and we can just go ahead and get out of this one. We don't have to have that. And the total lives, now we can actually work down into our third person character. So this is exciting. We're starting to add in these functionalities. So first, we can get rid of this because we know it the player damages, or it takes away from their health. We'll just click here and drag this off a little bit. It's not encompass everything, but let's just get all of this and move this up. We're gonna zoom in enough of this third one, or number 2 actually. We're gonna do a branch. Go figure. And we're gonna make a condition for this branch. Oops. So we're gonna drag down and we're gonna go int less than int, integer less than integer, and we're going to get the player's health. So we're getting the player's health and asking it, is it greater than 1? Or is it less than 1? Yes or no? Because it's turning a value into a boolean, which is a yes or no answer. Okay, and then next, off of the true side, if it is, oops, we're going to destroy the actor. And off of this, we're going to do our respawn. Alrighty, so what we're going to be doing is going over here to our variables, clicking on that, creating a new one, and we are going to make this called game mode. And what we're going to do is click on it over here, and we're going to find our character. Or a third person character, actually. Third person game mode, and we're going to use it as a reference. So when we do that, we're going to just compile, save, drag this out here, get it, and then off of this, we're going to do our respawn. We're going to connect this. And off of this, we're going to go to cast to player lives. or I'm so sorry, cast to total lives. And then the object is going to be get game instance. Let's drag this over a little more, and then we're going to be coming over here off of as total lives, dragging about over there, and we're going to go to set total lives. Connect that. Off of this, we're going to get total lives. Stretch it out a little bit more. Off of here, we're going to go to integer minus integer. And connect that. And we're going to have it take away 1 life. So this is our life system going on. It's grabbing the health. If it's less than 1, destroys the actor. It's calling our respawn method, casting it to the total lives that we have, so it's communicating in between blueprints. Getting our total lives, subtracting 1. Based on if all of this was called true. If it's false, it means we're doing okay, and if we die, then it calls all of this. So if we die, it takes away 1. And off of this, we're going to do a branch, and we're going to make a condition of int less than integer, int minus int, or int oh my gosh. I can still fly a plane, people. Anyways, and we're going to make this 1, so it's integer less than integer. We're going to set pause I can't spell pause. I'm so sorry. Actually, it's game pause. There we go. And we are going to click yes on this. Compile, save. Let's select all of this. We're going to press C and call this player lives. Let's just move this out some. And now we're going to actually be creating, oh wait. Actually, before we get too far, something that will completely bug you out. I've had this happen to me several times while using this in some of the different games that I've made and stuff, that you go over here to edit, go to project settings, maps and modes, and down at the bottom game instances, and we need to set that to total lives and exit out of that. So if we didn't do that, it would defeat the whole purpose of why we are creating this. It won't allow the blueprints to communicate in between each other, so it just keeps resetting the lives every time you respawn, so you always have 3 lives no matter what. And we don't want that. We want them to communicate, so we have some kind of limit to let us know, hey, now they're dead, they can't play anymore, they gotta restart. So, you know, we're setting some limitations, making a challenge. So next we're actually going to be adding the spawning method, actually. Oops. So let's drag off this down here and go to cast to third person game mode. in our object is going to be get game mode. And over here we're going to be setting our game mode, connecting that, and as our game mode over here we're going to drag, or wait, no. Let me see this real quick. Yeah, that would be, yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, and then off of this. So what I did there was dragged off of as third person game mode and go set game mode. Pull this in. Off of here, this is more blueprints communicating within them. We're casting to the game mode blueprint. We get it, the reference to it, so it knows exactly where it's going. We're setting the game mode itself up, and from there we're going to be grabbing the player's spawn transform. And we're actually going to be setting it. So let's connect these. And off of here, we are going to put get actor transform. And this, we'll select all, press C to write a comment, and call this our player respawning. And we'll move this over just a little bit. Compile, save. So now I think we're set up for respawning. So now that's all compiled and saved. Let's actually test this. Okay. Trying to see if I think how we can do this also. Let's see if we go to print string up here. And connect this in right there. Let's go to compile, save. Okay, so if we press G, or here, let's turn on our flashlight. Let's press G. Let's turn off our flashlight actually. So we have 2 lives now. 1 life now. 0 lives. -1. So this is just constantly respawning us actually. So we gotta go in there and figure out what's happening. Okay, so I figured it out. So what I did accidentally was, here, let's go back into our third person, is up here where I did the print string. I didn't follow all of that out. So let's try that again. Save, compile, press play, flashlight, G, 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 died, flashlight, G, 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 got 1 life left, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The game was paused and we can't move anymore. So that works out really good. And that is going to be it for this session actually. So we're going to see you in the next video. Alrighty? Hello everybody, we're back, and what we're going to be learning to do this time is that we're going to be learning to make a player thirst variable so that our character gets thirsty and that we have to replenish that thirst to help stay alive, just to add a little bit more of a challenge in game. So how we're going to do that is go to our third person character. Over here, we're going to zoom in a little bit, and we're going to go over to the variables in the left, create a new variable, and we are gonna, we are gonna call this player thirst. And we're going to change this to an integer. We're going to compile, save, and give this a value of 100. Excuse me. So compile, save, and off of our sequence node, we're going to drag off down here, and we're going to create a branch. And off of this branch, we're actually gonna go to true, and we're gonna put a delay. If you are familiar with this from the flashlight, we'll change this to 1 second. So every 1 second is gonna be calling this, or everything else after, if it is true. And to determine whether it is or not, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go int greater than. And we're going to set that value to 1. And then we're going to go over here, grab our player thirst, drag it out, and get it. So once we do that, we just hook this up. So we're getting the current value of thirst, seeing if it is greater than 1, and if it is, this sequence happens. If it's not, then we'll have the actor destroyed. So off of this is very simple. We're going to drag over our player thirst, set it, drag it over, get it, hook these two up, drag off this and go integer minus integer. And hook these up, keep it nice and tidy, and that's complete here on the top. So what we're going to also do is if it's not, then it destroys the actor, they die. And, excuse me, and after this destroy actor happens, we also have to have it hooked in to where we take lives off also. It counts as a death towards the lives. So what we're going to do is grab this ending or this out and hook it up to the respawn. Compile, save, and we're going to select everything, press C, and make this player thirst. Okay, and let's just drag it over a little bit more and make it look better. Move these over and compile, save, and let's check this really quick. So we're going to add a print string, hook that up, compile, save, and let's play this and see how it goes. Okay, so it is printing it up, and it's showing our flashlight also. So here, we know our flashlight works. So let's actually go over to our flashlight battery over here and get rid of this. So now we get our flashlight, and that is our thirst going down. So it's working, and that's going to be it for this video. Now that we have this down, you could implement this into other things. It's exactly the same, and you can mess around with the settings, but it's exactly the same for setting up a hunger, any kind of system that involves like hunger, thirst, or everything really, stamina and everything, which is one of the things we'll be actually showing here very, very soon, actually in this next video. So we'll see you in that next video. Hello there. So we're back, and what we're going to be learning this time is how to make a sprint function, which is really, really useful. And how we're going to start doing this is by opening the third-person character. If it opens. There we go. And we got a lot of all of this stuff here. So we're actually going to get rid of this print string real quick. Don't need it. We've already checked it. It's all good for our lives. And same thing down here. Compile. Save. Whoops. Just tuck those back in. Okay. And we're all good for the most part. Okay, so how we're going to do this is we're actually going to be putting in an input for it. So we're going to go up to the Edit, Project Settings, under the Engine. We're going to go down to Input. We can actually minimize these to give us a little more room to see, and we're going to add an action mapping. And we're going to call this Sprint. And off of the Sprint, we're going to go to the keyboard, and we're going to find the left Shift button, as it would normally be on most mainstream games, at least. Okay, we'll minimize that, exit, file save, and up here we're going to call that. So now that we have an input for this. And off this, we're going to drag this over and create a branch. And to start this, we're going to add a variable, actually, and we're going to call this is sprint on. And we're going to make this a Boolean. So we get a yes or no answer back from this. So we're actually going to grab it over here. We're going to set it. And let's just Control and C and Control and V to copy and paste it. Drag it over here. Put that in there. Try to keep it tidy. And drag this in as the release. And off of our press, so when we press it, it's going to tell us that our sprint is on. And that when that happens, we're going to set max walk speed. Change this. Sometimes you got to turn the context sensitivity off. So we are actually going to set that. And we're going to give that a value of 1200. And off of the target, we're going to get character movement. Okay, so we'll compile, save that, and I think I'm going to drag this over just a little bit closer. About right there, probably. Okay, so we need to make a condition, and we're going to go int greater than, and off of this we are going to add the player stamina variable that we are going to be creating. So we're going to go to the variables, add, get rid of all this, and call this player stamina. And we're going to compile, save, and once we get, oops, let's change it to an integer, sorry. Save, value of 100. And we're going to drag this over and we're going to get this. So basically how this top is if we press the shift button, it's going to ask itself, is the player stamina greater than 0, which basically means 1 and everything else in between 1 and 100. And also 100, and if it is greater than 0, it'll be true, saying that the sprint is on and our walk speed becomes this. And our target is the character movement. So that's how that part of it works. Okay, and off of this, we're gonna copy this and paste it, drag it over here, connect these two, and we're gonna set this to 500. And copy this as well and tab these in. So once that the shift button has been released, it's saying, okay, it's not on, or is sprint on? No, it's not. So we're setting it to this value. So compile, save, and let's select everything, C, and put input sprint. So let's test that and see how that works. Let's press F for flashlight. We're walking, and if we press the shift button, we're actually running now. And you can change these values pretty easily. Okay. So that's going to be it for this, and then in the next video we're going to start adding some functionality to the sprint system. Hello, and we're back, and we are going to start creating some of the sprint functionality. So to do that, we're going to go into our third person character as usual, and off of this, down here, we're going to drag this down, and we're going to add a branch node. And from that point, what we're going to start adding in is that is sprint on. We're going to get it, hook it up, so that this branch can know whether the sprint is or is not on based off of the sprint input that we made over here. So now, off of true, we're going to make a delay node. We're going to copy and paste it. And let's still, oh, that was too many times there, folks. we are going to try to keep tidy as we do this. And we're going to drag the false into the delay. So once we start doing this, we're going to leave these at 0.02. We're going to drag off about this far, and we're going to add another branch node in. We're going to copy, paste, drag this in down here, hook these up, and off of this first one, the true statement, we are going to do an int less than int. And over here, we're going to get our player stamina, hook that up, and we're going to get our isSprint or set our isSprint on, hook them up, and we're going to do our max walk speed. And we're going to leave that as it is, and off the target again is going to be the character movement. Compile, save as frequently as possible. And now that we got that, we're going to set this to 1. So if sprint is on true, every 0.2 seconds, it's going to call this branch, and it'll become true if the player's stamina is less than 1. So 0. If it's 0, it's going to say that your sprint function is off. So it's going to turn off the sprint. So if you have less than 0, you run out of stamina, you can't run anymore. So we have to set that to where it's not on. And it's going to set it to the base value of what we have it set to over here, 500 in the sprint input. And that's what that does. So off of this false right here, we're going to drag down, and we're going to, actually we can just go player stamina, set, and off of this we're going to do int minus int, integer minus integer. And we're going to grab our player stamina from over here and hook that up. Or you can just grab it from over here and do it either or. Save. And we're going to change this to 2. So if it runs this branch, the true side off the first one, if sprint is on, it's going to check whether it is greater than 1. So if it is, or less than 1, if it's at 0, then it's going to stop us from running. If it's not at 0, if it stays on where we have a value greater than 1, so like if we have 45, for example, and we're in the middle of running, that it's going to be taking 2 off of it every 0.2 seconds. That actually doesn't sound right. So we're going to, I think we'll change this to 1. And this one to 1 as well. We'll see. Okay, so now that that's there, what we're going to do off of this branch is we are going to set our stamina. Under the condition, if to make it true, is int less than And off of this, you can grab the same thing from this one. And this is going to have to be set to 100. So what we're doing there is we're getting our current value of player stamina, checking if it's less than 100. So if it's less than 100, so basically 99, that it's going to say this is true. And what we're fixing to do is make it where it adds stamina. So we're going to go int plus int. And we can run this off the same thing. And we're going to add 1. So actually this one, I think we'll change that to every half second. So every half second it's giving you 1 when you've stopped. So is sprint on? No, it's not on. Every half second, so twice a second, it's going to ask this, okay, is the player stamina value less than 100? If it is less than 100, 99, 98, 97, anything less than 100, it's going to grab that value and it's going to add 1 to it. So every 1 second, you get 2 points. So it kind of generates fast, and you can change these values if you want it shorter or longer. So we'll save, compile that, put this over here, and select everything, press C, and write player stamina function. Functions. So let's see if that works. Press play, F for the flashlight. Oh wait, oops. Let's stop. Let's go back. And we gotta do a print string. Hook both of these in. And both of these values. And let's see how it works. Play, flashlight. Okay, let's start running. 98, 96, so it's taking 2 off every second. We don't want that actually. We want that to be 1 actually. So let's do that. Play, flashlight. There we go. You see it's working in the log in the upper left hand corner. And when we stop running, it starts going back up. So that works pretty good actually. And just to test that this function up here, setting it off if you're out of stamina, making it where you can't run, works. Let's set this to a higher value. Let's say 10. Okay. So let's run. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 12, 20, 10, and I can't run anymore. So there you go. And that's it for adding the functionality to your sprint system, and we'll see you in this next video. Hello, just a quick recap of what we learned. We gave the player some health, we made a respawning system, we gave it a thirst variable. If it ran out of thirst, it would die. We made the character run by doing a sprinting input, and we also made functions for that so it could stop running once we run out of that value. And all these things were great to learn. We'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 3. There's a lot of fun things to learn in this section. We're going to be learning about pickups. We're going to make materials for our pickups, a health pickup, a thirst pickup, a flashlight battery pickup. So lots of fun things that we're going to learn in this one, and they're really easy to implement, so let's get started. Alrighty, so we are back now in section 3, and what we are going to be learning this time is that we're going to be learning how to make pickups for our health and our thirst, and also our flashlight. So there's going to be 3 things that we need to accomplish by the end of this section, and those are, like I said, the health pickup, the thirst pickup, and the battery pickup. So how we're going to start tackling this is we are actually going to go over here to our starter content. We're going to go to our materials. We're going to scroll all the way down till we see this helix tile pulse. And we're going to, before we open it up actually, what we are going to do is we are going to duplicate this so that there's 3 of them. So this is going to be health texture, okay, and we're going to go back down and we're going to duplicate it again, and this one is going to be flashlight texture. And this one we're just going to rename to thirst texture. Alright, so now that we have those, we're going to change these. So in our health texture, we're going to open this up, and down here in the emissives, we're going to change these colors actually. So the main color for this health is going to be a very, very bright green all the way up. We'll press OK. And this one, we're going to make it where it's a lighter green. So we're going to go all the way over here. We're going to have a dark value probably around here, and its light value about there. We'll see how that looks really quick. Okay, so it goes from a soft green to a bright green. I like that. Okay. So we're going to save this. Okay, and now that that is saved, we're going to exit out of the health. We're going to go into the flashlight, and we're going to be doing the same thing, except we're going to make this a yellow. Let's go there, and the bottom one, I'm going to make it darker like it was, a little lighter, right so. Press OK, and I would say that looks pretty good of a pulse for flashlight. Save it again. Okay, now that that's done, we're going to go all the way down to the bottom and do our thirst. And just like this, we're going to make it, like water. Let's make it all the way blue. Press OK. Go over to this one, and its secondary color, it's going to be a good little bit darker and a little bit lighter. Oh, that looks almost purple. Oh wait, it was probably because this first one, that's why. There we go. Now let's see how this looks. Okay, so this first blue isn't very emissive. Okay. We'll just press OK on that. Look at this. Let's maybe make that brighter. This a little more up because the blue's not very bright. Okay. Let's see how that looks. I'm thinking this is going to look better. Let's go to our cube format actually. It's not a big change. This blue is not very vibrant. Okay. It'll work. So we'll save that. Alrighty, and for this part of making the textures for our pickups is done. So we're going to end this video and we're going to see you in the next video. Can't wait. Alrighty, and we're back. So what we are going to now do is actually create the pickup that we're going to be using in the game. So we're going to exit out of this. Over here. And we are going to click on our content and create a new folder. And we're going to call this folder Pickups. And in this Pickups folder, we're going to right click, go to Blueprint, and we're going to create an actor. And we're going to call this Health Pickup. So we're going to click on this, and that brings us into this viewport, and we're just going to expand some of this a little bit on the side. And once we have this, we're going to add a component, and this is going to be a cube. Now that we have the cube, we are going to add a box collision. Alright, and once we click on that box collision, let's go up here and select our scaling tool, and we are gonna try to move around so we can scale this whole box up evenly. That's good. So now we have a box collision around it, so if we run into it, that it's going to realize that we have touched it, and therefore we can create a collision event. So we'll save and compile, and now we can actually click on our cube, go over here into our materials, click on this tab, and we're going to go into the browse and type in our health texture. And you see that looks pretty good for health. So we'll compile, save. Now that we're in there, or in here, we're going to go to the event graph. And off the event graph, we're going to drag this box out here. And off of that, we're going to go under events once we select our box. And we're going to do on component begin overlap. And then once we've done that, we can get rid of this. Matter of fact, we can get rid of all of this. So all we have is this. Okay, so off of this, we're going to drag over, and we are going to do cast to third person character. And we are going to select it or click on its object, drag it over to other actor. Off of this, we're going to grab and drag over here and click on and set health, player health. Drag this up, connect. We'll drag this out a little bit. Off of this, we're going to get player health. And off of this, we're going to go int plus int. So integer plus integer. And we'll connect those up. Tidy it up a little bit, and we're going to go 25. So what's happening is we run into this box, specifically the box collision. And when our collider on the character overlaps the collider on the cube, it's going to cast a third person. It's going to get our current value of health. It's going to add 25, and then it's setting that health. So that works. But there's one thing more that we need to do with this. We need to make it so that the box actually disappears when we run over it. Okay, so after this point, what we're going to start to do is just destroy actor. And that's it. So going over it, we collide with the box, it casts to the third person, it grabs our current value health, it adds 25 to it, sets our health to that value, and then it destroys the actor, which is our cube. So we'll compile, save, and let's test this really quick. So we're going to grab this, drag it out a little bit somewhere, go like this, and let's go into our third person blueprint. We're gonna add a print string. Once we do that, we're gonna connect it up, compile, save, and let's test this out now. Oh, here, let's actually go back because we don't want it running all off of this, so let's get it off of that. Let's go over to the damage over here that we did before. And connect it this way. Compile, save. Now let's press play. Oops. If we press flashlight, let's press G. So we're down to 50, accidentally pressed it. And if we run over this, it should destroy it and then give us 25 health, so we should have a total of 75. Okay. So if we press G, it worked. So if we want, we would have to, if we wanted to see it add that health, we're actually got to go into our pickups and do a print string off of this and connect that value to the player health, compile, save, and let's see it now. So let's turn on our flashlight. Let's press G to hurt ourselves. Let's do it again. We're down to 50. So now if we run into it, it destroys it, and we're back up to 75. So that's working exactly how we wanted it to work. Okay, so now that we have done that, we're going to end this video, and in the next video, we're going to start doing the same exact thing, except with the thirst variable, so that we have that all the functionality of the thirst up and running for us. So we'll see you then. Alrighty now, so we're back, and what we are going to start doing on this one is actually starting to create the thirst pickup. So it's pretty much exactly the same as the health pickup. I definitely encourage you to try to do this on your own. Just pause the video, try to do it on your own from what we learned in this last video, and then start playing this and follow along to see if you did everything right. Alrighty, so we're going to start getting this going. We're going to right click on our pickups, create a blueprint, make an actor. We'll call this thirst pickup. Okay, so now we'll jump on into that, expand it some on both sides so we can see everything else. We're going to add a component. A cube, if you remember. Okay, now that we got that, we're going to add another component. It's going to be a box collision. We're going to select our scaling tool, and we're going to scale this box up. And that's good. And then we're going to tag our cube, change the material to thirst material. Okay. We'll compile and save that. Now we're going to jump over here into the event graph. Going to drag our box out like we did before. Do on components begin overlap. Gonna get rid of all this up here. Okay. Now we're going to cast to the third person. The third person character. And we're gonna connect this up. We're gonna drag off of this and set player thirst. Connect these. Off of this, we're going to get player thirst. And from here, we're going to go integer. So int plus int, and drag that over here. Connect this. And we're gonna do 35 for this one. Okay. And then once we do that, we're going to destroy the actor. And that is it. So let's encompass this, select everything actually, C, and this is going to be player thirst pick up. Compile, save, let's exit out of here, and let's add it to our scene. And let's press play. Okay. And let's go into our third person blueprint. And off of our thirst down here, we're going to print the string so we can see if it's working or not. So let's hook that up, compile, save, exit. And let's see how it works. Okay, thirst is going down. And let's hit G to make sure health is working. 75, 50, okay. Let's grab some health. Okay. And our thirst is steadily declining. So let's grab this and see what it does. Oh, went up to 113. So there you go, it works. And that'll be it for this video. That was pretty easy. Now that we've familiarized ourselves with the first pickup that we did with the health. And all these pickups are very, very similar to the same. In this next video, we are going to start to make our flashlight battery, just like we did these two. Alright. Alrighty, so we're back in here, and we are gonna do the same thing. Blueprint, actor, and this one's gonna be our flashlight battery. So flashlight battery should be appropriate. And we're going to add a component, cube, add another component, and that's going to be box collision. Okay, and we'll go over to our scaling, and we'll scale this collision up. That's good right there. Compile, save. Let's click on our cube, get the material that we made for it. So the flashlight battery, the flashlight battery texture. Compile, save. I'm going to go over to the event graph, drag this out. We're going to find our begin overlap, delete everything that we don't need, and off of this we're going to cast to third person. And off of our as third person character, we are going to set flashlight battery. Connect. And off of this, we're going to get it now. And we're going to do an int plus int, and drag this over some, and we're gonna add 50 to this. So we'll compile, save. Let's not forget the destroy actor. And we'll select C and go flashlight pickup. Flashlight battery pickup. Compile, save. And now that we got that going, we're going to drag this out over here. Let's move it up some. Go back into our blueprints for our third person character. Find our flashlight battery. And let's print off of this. And off of our health. We'll take these off because we know that's working. And as well down here for thirst. And we'll get rid of this print string too. So we'll now compile and save. And let's see how well this works with the flashlight battery. So our flashlight battery starts at 50 and it's going down. Let's grab our health. Let's grab our thirst. And let's see if this affects our battery. Yep, went up to 83, 82, 81. So that's working. So all of these things were, as you've seen, basically the same, but there's something else that we could add to these to make them just a little bit cooler. So we'll go to our pickups, find the battery, for example. And we're going to add a component, and that component is going to be down here. In the movement tab, and it'll be a rotating movement. So if we add that, let's save and compile. Let's see what that does. So we press play, but as you see, it's spinning now. So that's kind of a nice little effect, and you can do all kinds of different little effects if you mess around with some of the settings. So we're just going to do that to all of these. And let's press play. All of them are spinning. Everything seems to be working pretty good. Let's actually go into our immersive mode by clicking the drop down tab and immersive mode. And we're going to press Alt and P to play. And let's get that flashlight on. Okay, so now that we're moving, we can see that these are turning. They glow in the dark, so they're emissive, so that definitely helps for you seeing. And we can pick them up, and we're all good. Alright, so let's exit out of that. And that's going to be it for the pickups for what we need, how we stand right now. So that was a lot of fun, and we'll see you in this next video. Thanks. Alrighty, so we're back, and what we're going to do is make it a little bit more complex for our pickups, so we have more than 3 different types of pickups. So we're going to go to our starter content, go to our materials. We're going to start off with our thirst. We are going to duplicate that. We're going to do this thirst 25. And we'll open this, and we're going to change the color of this to more of a bluish purple kind of. We'll see how that looks. That's a little too purple. Let's try that. And you could change these to any color that you want and stuff. Okay. So we'll just make that work. It'll be pink with or blue with a glow strobe on it. Alrighty. And we might change this just a little bit so it's lighter. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I'm not liking that as much. Let's see how that is. Okay. Alright, that's good enough. Okay, we'll save this. Okay, now we'll exit. And we'll go and do the same with these with our health. Oops. Let's duplicate it. Go to health. 25. Or yeah. We'll have to change some things around in our other pickup, but that'll be okay. So we'll drag this out some. Let's see if that lightens it up a little. Not light enough. Let's see that. Okay, I think that's good, so we'll save. Sorry about the noise in the background. One of my fans has been acting up on my computer. So we'll exit out of this. And we'll do the same for flashlight. Okay, and open this. And we'll change this to like a darker yellow. There we go. I think that'll be just good enough. Oops, let's save. Okay, and we'll exit. And now we'll go back into our pickups and we'll start with our flashlight. We're going to duplicate it and go 25. And we'll rename this one Flashlight 50. So we'll open up our flashlight and we're gonna 25 and we're gonna change this to 25 so it only adds 25. We're gonna compile, save, go to our viewport. Let's click on our cube, find our textures, and we're gonna do the flashlight 25. Okay, now that changed, we're gonna compile, save. And let's throw this in the scene next to its bigger brother. Okay, and next we're going to do our health by duplicating. And we're going to do 25. Health pickup 25. Let's get rid of this real quick, sorry. Save and compile that anyway. And which one was this? Just to make sure. Okay, this is the first one, so we're going to rename this to 50. I'll pick up 50. I'm going to open up that one. It says 25, so we're going to do 50. Compile, save. Exit out that one, go into our... Oops, was that our 25? Yes, it was. Oops, sorry. Now we'll compile and save that. Now we'll go into our 50. Change this value to 50. Compile, save. And I'm sorry, we'll go back to our 25. And we gotta add on the new texture that we just made, so. Compile, save. We'll do the same thing. And now we're going to do that to the thirst. So it's going to be thirst 25. We're going to rename the first one to 50. Thirst 50. So we'll open up that 50. Change it to 50. Compile, save. Open up our 25. Change it to 25. Go to our viewport and select the cube and your material. It's going to be thirst 25. click that, compile, save, and let's drag it out next to its bigger brother too. And let's see how all these work. So you can tell that the lighter one is the 25 and the brighter one is the 50. You can barely actually almost tell the difference between these. We might fix that actually really quick. So let's go back into our materials and find that one. So let's change this background actually. Okay, if it lets me. Okay, we'll go like this. And then we'll change this one accordingly. And we'll see how that looks. Okay, I think you can tell that a little different. So we're going to save, and because we already have it on our pickup, we're also going to have to apply it so it changes it to the actual object. Okay, so if we saved it, it applied it. Let's exit out. Let's see. Okay, that you can kind of tell the difference now. There's a lot deeper blue one and a lighter. And same thing with our flashlight battery. And this is starting to look pretty good, so that's going to be the wrap up for this video. And we'll see you in this next one. Alrighty, now that we've finished that section, let's recap what we learned. We made materials for our pickups, we made a health pickup, a thirst pickup, and a flashlight battery pickup. So there was a lot of things that we learned, and they were really easy to implement, and hopefully you picked up some of that so you could use it in your own things. We'll see you in this next section. Hello and welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 4, where we're going to learn how to make a gold variable and its pickup, a silver variable and its pickup, selling system, a point system, and setting all of our pickups in the map. So a lot of fun things to do in this section, so we'll see you here soon. Alrighty, and we're back, and what we're going to be doing this time is we are going to start making actually some more pickups. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go into our blueprints of our third person, and we're gonna open this, and we're gonna find our variables, and we're gonna create a new variable called gold, and then we're gonna create another one called silver. And we're going to turn these into integers, both of them. And we're going to compile, save, and we're going to leave the values of these at 0 so that we could set the values of what we want them to be later. So now that we have that, we can actually back out of this. And what we're going to do is go into our pickups. We are going to create a blueprint, an actor, and we're going to call it gold. And we're going to create a second one. And we're going to call it silver. So we're going to go to the gold first, and off of this we're going to do exactly what we did with the other ones. We're going to add in a cube, and we're going to add in a box collision. Okay. Now after we do that, we're going to expand the box collision. That's good. Then we're going to click on our cube, and find gold from our starter pack. And that looks really good. So we'll compile, save. We're going to go over to the event graph. We're going to drag our box collision out just like all the others on component begin overlap. We're going to get rid of all of these. And off of this, we're going to go to cast to third person. Third person character. We're going to connect these up. Off of here, we're going to have our gold. And we're going to set our gold. And off of this, we're going to get our gold. And we're going to drag this in. We're going to go int plus int. And we'll keep this nice and tidy actually. Drag that in. Set this over here. And it's only going to add 1. And that's all we need. So after that we're going to destroy actor. And we'll compile, save, and now we got our gold all made. So let's make our silver. We're going to do the same thing. Add component, cube, and then we're going to add our box collision. Okay, we're going to scale it up. Okay, compile, save, click on our cube, add, I think there's a silver, let's see, no, so we're going to go for chrome, I believe, or steel, and I think we'll go for brushed steel. Now let's try the regular. Yeah, I like that better. Save, compile, event graph. Let's get rid of all this. Drag the box down. Get this. Delete the box. And we're going to be doing the same thing. Cast to the third person character. Let's connect these. And we're going to set silver and get silver and tidy this up. Int plus int, and again it's only going to be 1. And destroy actor. Okay, compile, save, and now that is all done. So we're gonna drag our gold out here. Let's put it there. And our silver. All right. Save our scene. Press play. Oh, that's pretty loud, the volume. And we can see that we have our gold and our silver. Now you could make them spin if you want, but for the gold and silver, I think it's a little much that you have them actually spinning also, so you just kind of set them on the ground. And after this, what we are going to actually start doing is we're going to be adding in a selling system. So once we pick these items up, that we'll be able to sell them so we can get points. So we're making a selling system and a point system. And that's actually what we're going to be doing in the next video. Alright, so we're going to open this. And up here, what we need to do is that we need to create an input for it. So we're going to go to Edit, Project Settings. Under our engine, go to Input, and we're going to add an action mapping to this. And we're going to call this our selling input. Or let's go input selling. Okay, and on our keyboard, we're going to make this the P button. Okay. So now we're done with that. We can go over here and go selling. Add that in here. And we can slim these down just a little bit so we have more room. And off of this, when we press P, we're going to create a branch. Okay, and off this branch we need to make a condition. So we're going to go int greater than, and we're going to grab our gold off of this. So we're going to get our gold, hook that up, and it's going to stay at 0. So if our gold is greater than 0, so if it's 1, then true will happen. If it's 0, it'll be false, and then that will happen. So we're going to set up our true side first. And how we're going to do that is first we need to set our gold over here. And we're going to copy this by Control C and then pasting Control V. Drag it over here. And we're going to get our gold and do the same thing. Okay. So first let's hook all these up real quick. Keep it nice and neat. And off of this, we're going to go int minus int. And we're going to put this over here. We're going to connect the gold to it. And tidy up as we go. And, or actually, I'm sorry, this isn't going to be our gold. We're going to get rid of this and get rid of that. So sorry. So first we need to go over here into our variable, and we're creating a new variable, and this is going to be called the point system. And we're going to open this up a little bit, and we're going to change our point system into an integer, and we're going to compile and save that. So then off of this, we're going to set this, and we're going to get it. Okay, hook these up, and now what we're going to do is integer, so int plus int. We're going to put this here, drag this out a little bit, scoot these together, and tidy it up. And we're going to set this value to 250. So what's happening is if we press P, we're finding out if our gold is 1 or more. If it is, it's going to take 1 away, and into your point system it's going to give you 250 points. So you sold one of the gold and you gained some points off of it. So now what we're going to do is create the false for it. And off of this we're going to drag down and do a branch. And it's going to be basically the same thing as this, except we're going to be using the silver now. So we're going to get it and we're going to set it. And we're also going to do the same with this, except we're going to highlight all of that, and we're going to Control and C and Control and V to copy it, because we will use this. We're going to hook these up, and our condition here, we'll just copy that, bring it over here, hook it up. Let's try to keep everything nice and organized. Hook this up. We're going to get our silver also. And here we're going to go int minus int, just like before. We'll hook those up, and it's going to subtract 1. And we're going to drag this over here. Actually, let's just drag this up. Same with this. Alright, and so that's our selling system as it stands. Oh, let's change our silver value, because it's not as valuable as gold, to 100. So we press P. If our gold is 1 or more, it's going to take 1 gold away and give us 250 points. If we have no gold left, it's going to go false, and it's going to ask us, do we have more than, do we have 1 or more silver? If yes, we do, it's going to take 1 silver away and give us 100 points. And this is our selling system right there. Very, very easy. So we're going to encompass this and it's selected all. Press C, and we're going to call this our selling system. Alrighty. So now that we got that, we're going to compile, save, and we need to create this off of our point system. So we're going to go print string. We're going to check this, and we can hook both of these up just like so. And also off of our gold we could do the same, and our silver. So we're just going to copy these a few times. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, so that isn't going to work. Okay, so we'll just have these two then. Let's see what that does. Okay. Save, compile. Let's exit out of this. Let's go into our player. Okay, we're gonna find some silver. Pick that up. Gold. So now we're gonna press P. So boom, we sold some gold. We don't have any gold. We press P again, and that's it. So there you go. So now we'll get rid of these. Oops, this isn't connected. Don't want that. Okay. So compile, save. And that is the end of us making our variables for the gold, the silver, and the point system. Us actually making those pickups and creating a selling system so we can get points from selling that. And we'll see you in this next video. Alrighty now, so we're back, and what we're going to be actually doing is messing around here a good little bit with setting all of our pickups around the map. So we're going to just go ahead and delete all of our pickups. And so we're able to see, we're going to find our sun, click on our sun, going to go to the rotation tab, we're going to turn its intensity up, and we're going to get a little bit of light in here. Don't worry, we won't have to, we won't compile this until later with our lighting and everything. We'll have to rebuild it, but that's okay. We need to be able to see. So at this point, we're going to go to our pickups, and let's start with our flashlight battery. So our 50, we're going to put that, no, we're going to grab our 25, and we're going to set it right there. And we'll move this up. Or you know what? Let's make it just a little more challenging. Set it over here so they have to walk around. Okay. And in this corner we're going to put a 50. And in the opposite corner we're going to put a 50. And that's probably good for a flashlight. And then we're going to go to our health. And our health, we're going to have a 25 right here. I'm going to lift it up. And we'll have a 50 right here. Okay, and our gold, we're going to have a gold set on here. Okay, and we're going to do the same on the opposite. And we're going to set silver over here. And do that to the opposite. And in the center right here, we're going to put our water. So we're going to put a 25. And we'll put another 25. Actually, we'll make these 50s instead. Okay. And we're going to put 25 in here. Okay. And we'll put a 25 over here. And I think that'll be good enough. So now that we do that, we're going to select our rotation. We're going to zoom in. We are going to decrease the intensity. Or actually, let's increase it so we can see where the sun is. Make sure it goes under us. Okay, now we'll decrease that. And now we're going to rebuild the lighting by going to Building, drop down tab, Build Lighting Only. And this will take a little bit. Okay, You see that it's building the lighting. Alright, now it's complete. So let's actually go to our drop down right here, go to immersive mode. Let's Alt and P to play the game. Let's turn our flashlight on. And you can see that we have our health over there. Or, I'm sorry, our flashlight. Gotta go pick that up so our flashlight doesn't run out. Same with our thirst. We're just going to check out the level a little bit. And there's some gold. Let's go pick that up. More flashlight battery. Oh, did I get? Okay. Okay. And we have our water for our thirst. Okay. Health. And we're running. Oh, here's some of our silver. Okay. Oh. Jesus. Okay. We're running away from the enemy. Shooting them down. Let's run. We gotta get out of here, folks. Bow, 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 bow. Alright. So I think this is pretty good. So we're gonna get out of this. And that's gonna be the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, now that we're all done with that, let's go over what we did. We made a gold variable and its pickup, a silver variable and its pickup, selling system so we could sell that gold and that silver, and we made a point system so we can get some kind of return for selling the gold and the silver. We also set all of that up in our map so we're ready for the next step of the game, and we'll see you later on. Alrighty, welcome back to Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 5. Lots of fun things to learn in this section. We're going to start learning how to set up the HUD. That means we're setting up the health, thirst, the stamina, flashlight battery, our lives, the point system, our gold, and our silver. So we're all going to be able to see that on their screen. And it's going to be a lot of fun, so I can't wait to see you in this next video. Alrighty, so we're back, and we're going to be learning a lot of fun things in this in these lectures actually that are coming up. What we're going to be doing is all of this hard work that we have been putting into creating our variables for flashlight and thirst, health, all these great things, lives, and we are going to put them up in our HUD finally, so we can actually see them on the screen when we play. So how we are going to start by doing this is that we're going to go to our third person blueprint. We're going to go into the blueprints and actually no, let's not jump too far ahead actually. What we're going to first do is add in a HUD. So how we're going to do this is we're going to go to here. We are going to create a blueprint class. Under our classes, we are going to go make a widget. Specifically, a user widget. So we're going to click on that. And we're going to call this HUD. Okay, so now that we got that, we are going to go into our third person. And from there, we are going to start adding in our reference. So we're going to go up here to the top. Let's zoom in. And off of this, we're going to create an event begin on play. Okay. So off of that, we're going to drag off and create HUD widget. Or create widget, I'm sorry. Create widget. Keep it nice and tidy. And under our class right here, we're going to go down and we're going to select our HUD that we just created. Okay. So off of this, we're going to drag and go add viewport. Alright, so now that we have done that, we're going to grab our target from our add viewport and we're going to add it to the return value of our HUD. And that's it. So that's really, really simple, really easy. There are other ways to do this, but for 4.10, I found this to be the most effective way to get all of your health and hunger and thirst, if you had those implementations put into your game. And off of this right now, we're gonna press C after we select it all, and we're gonna call this our HUD reference. So we'll compile, save. Okay, and we can exit out of this now. And now we're gonna start going into our HUD. So now that we're here, what we're gonna start needing to do is add in a lot of our variables that we have plugged in prior to this. And how we're gonna start doing this is, first we are going to find a progress bar under our this tab right here, and we're gonna drag this over. Let's put it up here in the top. We're gonna drag this out. We're actually, before we get too far, we're gonna go over here and find our screen size. This is definitely helps with the placement, and I have a 27-inch monitor, so I'm gonna select that. I would like y'all to select the size of your monitor. If you don't know, definitely look up your model so we can have it all correct, so everything lines up just nice when we actually get into that into the viewport while we're playing the game. So we have all these things. So right now we're just gonna click on this that we just added in, and we're gonna add an anchor to it to the upper right hand corner, because that's where it is, in the upper right hand corner. Excuse me. And what this anchor does is it's gonna give this bar a reference to where it is on the screen. Otherwise, if you didn't have that, let's say I just placed it right here, you didn't have an anchor on it, and I played the game, that it would show up like over here on the screen or somewhere where it's not supposed to be. So we want to have the anchor on it so that when we have it there, that's where it shows up. So just to test that, we're going to compile and save. Let's minimize this. And we'll press play. So as you see, we have our bar in the top. It moves around with us, which is really cool. So let's exit out of that, go back into our HUD. And next, we are going to do a text box. Or I think it's just text. Yeah, we'll do just text. That'll be good. Right here. So we're going to go in, and off this text, we'll select it. Under the content tab, we're going to call this health. And press enter. And we're going to drag this to the size. And now we'll put this exactly where we want it, right up against it. And we're going to have its justification on the left under appearances. Or actually, let's have it on the right so it's right up against it. Okay? And so how are we going to connect this the player health variable to what we did over here? So how we're going to actually do that is that we're going to create a binding for this. So over here in the color, let's just set this real quick. Our health is green. So let's set that as a green. We'll make it a nice vibrant green, but with a little bit of dark to it. So if we go over to where the color is, or wait, no, that's color and opacity. Where is the percentage? Oh yeah, D to D. That's just for this. So we're gonna select our progress bar, and we're gonna make this a green as well. Try to match it up as best as possible. And let's anchor our health also so it stays there before we get too far. Reselect this. And if we move this now, you can see it fills up and goes down, and we don't like it going from left to right, so right under that, under the progress, under bar fill type, we're going to do right to left. So let's see how that looks. So it looks pretty good as we're going down, and we're out. Okay, so that actually looks pretty good. And to do this, we're going to be needing to create a binding. So under the percentage, where we were just messing with it and stuff, I'm going to put it all the way up, doesn't really matter, and we're going to create a binding for this. So select bind, create binding, and this over here in the functions, that's what this is, get present 0. This is our binding. We're going to rename this to player health. Okay, so we'll drag these out apart. And we are going to break the link, and we're going to drag off of this, and we're going to go to cast to third person character. Okay, now that we have that, we got to make a reference to it. So we're going to grab our object right there, and we're going to get player character. Okay. And we're going to leave this as 0. That's okay. Off of this, we're going to actually connect these two. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, so off of our as third person character, we're going to get, not get player health. And we're off of here, we're going to go float divided by float. And we're going to connect these two, and it's going to create a converter from an integer to a float value. And if you don't know, integers are basically whole numbers, and floats are numbers with decimal points, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, and all those in between. So we'll tidy up a little bit, and what we need to do is change this value to 100. Because how that works is that this is an integer, so all it knows is 1 to 100, and this is a float, and basically all it knows is 0 to 0.0 to 1.0, and everything in between. We have to divide it by 100 so that it's able to keep track and sync in together really nicely. Okay, so now that we have done that, we're going to compile, save, and then let's minimize this over here. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so we got our health bar up in the top here. Let's go over here. We're going to go to our immersive mode. We're going to press Alt and P to play the game. And we see our health in the upper right hand corner. If we press G, which is our damage, let's see if it works. G, took off some more. And in our game, let's turn on our flashlight. Let's see if we can remember where we put some health. I remember there's some right over here. Right there. Let's see if it adds on to it as well. And look, now our health is full again. So that is working. So we'll exit out of here. Turn off our immersive mode. And you know what? That's going to be it for setting up the health in our HUD system. Alrighty, we're back, and let's keep digging on into this HUD over here. We're going to knock out another thing in this video. We're going to be knocking out our thirst. So, what we're going to do is go back into our designer. Sorry if I didn't explain it before when we were putting our progress bar and our text up there to switch in between those. Or it actually automatically did it. Once you create a binding, it'll switch over to your graph. But that's just how you switch between the two. So now we're going to do pretty much exactly the same thing. We're going to add in a progress bar. Let's drag it out. Okay, so 460 and 40, so we'll go 460, so it's even, and 40, that's already even. We're gonna do the same over here, so 460, and this one's already 40, just so everything looks a little bit better. We're gonna try to line this up as best as possible. That looks pretty good. We're gonna add a text. Okay, and we're going to change this to thirst. Okay, and let's scale this appropriately. Off of our thirst, we're going to add an anchor upper right hand corner. Select our progress bar. We're going to do the same exact thing. And now that we have done that, let's select our thirst first. Or yeah, that looks good. Okay. So we're going to select our thirst, change the color and opacity to a blue. Find which blue you kind of like. I like this. We'll make it a little bit darker to suit the green. And we're going to click on our progress bar. Do the exact same thing. Let's up this percentage just so I can see what it looks like. And we'll have it set as that. Okay, so we're going to change this bar fill type from right to left. Okay. Whoops. So that looks pretty good. We got our anchors in for it. And now all we have to do is create the binding, which is really, really easy. All of these things are very, very similar. So what we're going to do is click on our progress bar. Under percentage, we're going to create a binding. Drag these out some from each other just like before. And we're going to change this to player thirst. Alright, so now that we got that, we're going to break this link. We're going to cast to the third person. And the third person character. Okay. Going to grab its object and we're going to get player controller or player character. I'm sorry, don't do player controller. Do player get player character. All right, and we'll hook these two up. We're going to get our player thirst. Off this, again, we're going to go float divided by float. And we will hook these up. Tidy up. and change this value to 100 as previously explained the reason why. So we'll compile, save, and we can exit out of this, that'll be alright. So let's go into our immersive mode. Press Alt and P to play the game. We're going to press F, and you can see it's already working. Our thirst bar is going down steadily as we speak. Oh, and I just got that thirst pickup, so it's full again. Okay. Probably filled it up a whole bunch. But yep, that's working. Okay. I'm going to exit out of that. And that is going to be the end of how to set up the thirst in your HUD. We'll see you in this next video. Okay, so now in this video, what we are going to start doing also is continuing where we left off with setting up our progress bars for our health, our thirst. And now we're going to create our stamina. So what we're going to do is add in a progress bar. We're going to go over here, we're going to change it to 460 by 40. That's good. Drag it over here. Try to line it up as good as possible. Let's go ahead and create an anchor for the upper right hand corner. A text block. We'll put this in and call this stamina. Oops. Okay, so now we'll zoom in and size it accordingly. Now we'll just line this up with it. Okay, so we're going to change our thirst under the justification to the right side. Same with stamina. And for this, you know what, actually what we're going to do is change the color of our health, and we're going to change it to a red, more of a deeper red. Okay, and same with this over here. Okay. Now off of our stamina, our color in the appearance, we're going to change that to a green. And we're going to make this a little bit darker, just like the rest. Now we'll click on our stamina, change the color, just like we did. And we'll drag the green down. That's good. And we're going to change our bar fill type to right to left. Okay, that looks good. Let's change this actually to 30. And we'll change the thirst in its size Y to 30 as well. We'll just scoot this up some. Same with this. Okay. Now, we're going to add a binding to the percentage. We're going to create binding, separate these, and we're going to call this binding. We're going to rename it stamina, player stamina. Okay, we'll break this link. We're going to cast to the third person character. We're going to get the player character. And keep it tidy. Okay, we're going to connect these off of this as third person character. Just like before, we're going to get the player stamina. Gonna go float divided by float. Hook these up. And we're going to change that to 100 just like before. So we'll compile, save, and we will exit out of this. Let's go into our immersive mode. Alt and P to play. We're going to turn on our flashlight. Instantly our thirst is going down. We're going to press G to take some of our health off. Okay. And now if we go forward, we're just walking. If we start running, it's starting to take that stamina away. So that's working. We're going to exit out of our immersive mode. We're actually going to go into the third person real quick. And we're going to get rid of this print string because we don't need this anymore off of our flashlight battery. We're going to go down to our stamina. Down here. And we're going to change it to where instead of taking 10 away, it only takes 1 away. So we're going to compile, save. We'll exit out of this, and now let's go back into our immersive mode and see how that is. So Alt and P. Let's turn our flashlight on. Let's take some health away, and let's start running. So now it's taking it away as we run. And you can change the variables to all of these to get a more customized feel for the game that you're going to design. But this is just a basic understanding of how you can implement these types of systems into your game. Okay, so that's working. We're going to exit out of our immersive mode by unchecking it. And that's going to be a wrap actually for this video, so I hope you enjoyed that, and we will see you in the next one. Alrighty, so we're back and we just knocked down our health, our thirst, and our stamina. So what we're going to do is knock down our flashlight battery as well. So we're going to jump into our HUD. We're going to grab another progress bar, except this time we're going to drag it over here in the bottom left. And we're going to change this to 460. And we are going to make this 35 of basically the width of it. Okay, so we're going to zoom in. Drag this up some. We're going to create a text, and under here, go to our content, change this text to flashlight battery. So let's drag this out. And this one we're going to have centered. Scoot this over as far as we can actually. That looks good. Now we'll try to just center this as best as possible. And that's close enough. So we'll drag this down right on top of it. Let's drag it up just a little. It'll let me. Right there. We're going to click on our flashlight battery text, and we're going to create an anchor in the bottom left this time. And we're going to select our progress bar and do the exact same. So there's some kind of reference saying, hey, this progress bar and this text should be located over in this area. Okay, so now we got that. We're going to go to our flashlight battery. We're going to change the appearance of its color to a yellow. And we'll make it a little bit darker of a yellow. And same with our progress bar under the appearance. Okay, let's move that all the way up. That looks pretty good. We're going to switch this to right to left. Excuse me. And now we're going to create a binding for that percentage. We're going to go binding, create new binding, stretch these out, and we're going to select it and rename this as flashlight battery. Okay, so we'll break this link. Cast to third person character. And connect these two. Under our object, we're going to get player character. Now off of our as third person character, we're going to get flashlight battery. Okay, and we're going to go float divided by float. And hook these two up. Try to keep it tidy. We're going to change that to 100. And bring it back in. We're going to compile, save, minimize. Let's go into our immersive mode. Alt and P to play. We notice that we start out with half of our battery all the way up, which is okay because that's how we set it. You don't, start into a game with full battery. You gotta do some exploring so you can find those batteries. So we're gonna turn our flashlight on and start seeing if that goes down. As you can see, it starts going down. And there's a flashlight battery up here that we can go grab. So let's go grab this. Okay, once we grab it, boom, goes back up. And that is working really well. So we're going to exit out of our immersive, go back to our main viewport, and that's going to be the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed that one. And our next one, we're going to start messing around with our player lives. We'll see you then. Alrighty now, so what we are going to start doing is adding in the functionality where we can see our lives in our viewport, which is a very, very helpful tool that we'll need definitely. If we're running away from enemies, we need some way to see that we have X amount of lives. So there's 3, 2, or 1 left, Definitely you have to have that in there. So we're going to go to our HUD. We're going to go back to the designer. And up here in the upper right, first things first, we're going to create a text. Let's zoom in up here. And we are going to call this lives. Size accordingly. And we're going to change this to like a really deep red. Okay. And then next, we're going to add in a text box. Okay, so we're going to probably, let's just, for the moment, put a 3 in there. And that is really, really tiny. You know what? Actually, I think we don't have to have a text box. We can just add in another text. And we're going to put 3 just for demonstrating purposes. We'll size this accordingly. We're going to put it in the center so it's nice and centered. Okay. And we're going to change the color of this to a deep red as well. So it matches it. Maybe a little more vibrant than the actual lives itself. Just so we can see that. It's basically like highlighted. And I think that works good. So we're going to go back over into our content. Under our text, we're going to, we can leave it at 3. We're going to create a binding. I'm going to drag this over here, drag that over there. Under our text, we're going to rename this into player lives. Alright, now we're gonna break this link. As prior to usual, we're gonna cast a third person character, third person character. Gonna hook these up, drag the object down over here and go to get player character. Tidy as we go. Off of this, we're going to get our player lives, or I believe it's total lives. You know what? Actually, I did this wrong. We're gonna get rid of these two, because where our lives are being tracked is not in the third person itself. So we're gonna cast to player lives, and let's uncheck the context sensitivity. Okay, it's not. Oops, hold on. Maybe it's total. Yep. So it's cast to total lives. And off of that, we're going to drag the object off, and we're going to get the game instance to make this work. Okay, now we'll connect this. And this target is going to be our total lives. So get total lives. Okay, and simple as this, we just connect these two. And tidy up, compile, save, and let's minimize this. Let's go into our, wait 1 second, let's go back into our HUD. Let's go to our designer, and our lives, okay, it has an anchor. Oh, they both have anchors, okay. So just making sure that I had those there. I'm gonna press play. Let's actually go to our immersive mode, and then Alt MP. So we got our player lives up there if the click mouse thing would move away. So we're gonna turn on the flashlight. Our thirst is going down, health's going down. If we run, our stamina is going down, and if we let go of it, starts going back up. So let's keep pressing G and see if it takes away from our life. So 3, and it just went to 2. Let's go. 1, and if we die, it's gonna pause the game. So it's paused. I can't do anything. I'm trying. Nothing's happening. It's working perfectly. So we're gonna exit out of our immersive mode. And that's going to be it for this video on how to set up the player lives. I hope you enjoyed that, and we'll see you in this next video. Alrighty, so we are back, and we are going to be setting up our point system in our viewport. So we're going to open up our HUD, and we are going to drag 2 text boxes over here, actually. Okay. So this first one we're going to click. We're going to go ahead and add an anchor in the upper right, and we're going to do the same with our other text. So the first one, we're going to change it to points. Very simple. Okay, and we'll size this, and we'll change the color of these points. Let's go in to about a, somewhere along this line. I'm liking that better. Okay. Nope. There we go. I like that. Okay. And same with our text. You can actually leave the text exactly like this, except we're going to drag this out some, and we're going to change the color to as close as possible of what we had before. And that looks pretty close. So now I'm going to line this up. And we're going to click on our text box, and this is going to be on the right side justification. We'll change this one to center. Actually, we'll change it more on the right side as well. So now for this text, we'll make it just a little bit smaller. Or you know what, here's a better way to tell. Let's just put 99,000 in there. Or 90. 1, 2, 3. So let's use that kind of as a reference. And then we'll drag this over here. Okay. So now for this, we're going to create a binding for our points. So we're going to create a binding, drag this out. We're going to rename this to point system. Okay. Break the link. We're going to drag off, cast a third person. Cast to the third person character, just like the other ones off the object. We're going to get player character. Connect these two. And off of this, we're going to drag and get point system down here. And we are just going to connect these up. So if I didn't explain this last video, when you're working with text, basically how it's working is in our viewport, it's going to display what we have put up in our designer over here for our points. And the functionality of it is that it's sending a node to cast to the third person. It's getting a reference to that character so we know exactly where it's going. In there it has a point system. And we have to create this return value so that whatever our points are, X amount of points, is updated on our screen consistently. And what that does is it grabs it, it puts the value of what it has, and it's turning that value into a text format, and it's putting that, displaying that on the screen for us. And so that's how that works. We're going to compile, save. Okay, let's exit. We're going to go into perspective, Alt and P to play, and turn on our flashlight. And we need to hurry up and find some gold or some silver. I think there's some silver over here to the right. Right there. Let's grab some of that. Okay. And there should be gold. Yep, gold's right there. Let's grab gold. So let's press P to sell it, and let's see if our points go up. So boom, we just sold the silver, and that's because we didn't grab the gold. So let's grab the gold. We're going to press P again, and now we got some points rolling up. So that's nice. We're going to uncheck our immersive mode, and that's going to be the end of this video. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you in the next. Alrighty, so we're back, and we are going to put in our viewport a spot right under our points where we can see our gold and our silver. So that'll be a lot of fun, and it's really, really easy. It's exactly the same what we have been doing. I know it's a lot of repetition, but it's totally worth it to learn these things. That'll definitely help you out later on. So we're going to do a text box, and we're going to do a second text box. And, oops, sorry about that. Apparently someone's texting me. Anyways, we are going to change this text to, let's say, 10 just for a reference so we can know how big we need the box to be. We're going to drag this up here, and we're going to call this gold. We'll put those right next together. We'll add our anchors in at the upper right hand corner for these. Under the gold, let's change its color to a very, very vibrant yellow. I think that looks good. And same with the 10 that we just put. Looks good. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go over here. We're going to add in our anchor. So we dragged in a text box. We just added a anchor to it. And we're going to do this as 10 as well. Okay, and then we're going to do another one. And we're going to call this silver. Add its anchor. We're going to change the color to more of a gray, like silver. Same with this. All right. So this looks a little bit too crowded, so we're gonna, okay, that looks better. So we'll compile and save that, and off of our gold number right here, we're gonna create a binding. So let's create our binding. Okay, once we do that, we're going to rename this. We're going to call this our gold. Let's break this and cast a third person character. Let's grab our reference off the object as get player character. We'll connect these. And off of here, we're going to get gold. And then we're just going to hook that straight in and tidy everything up just a little bit. So we'll compile, save. Now we're going to go back into our designer and do the same thing with the silver. So we're going to create a binding. Stretch these out. We're going to rename this to silver. You don't have to name all these. You'll just see a whole bunch of percentages and text values, and it's just a lot easier and cleaner looking to actually just have everything nicely organized, so you can just, oh, there's my thirst, let's go to that. Oh, there's my battery. So we're going to finish off this. Go to cast a third person. Cast to that third person character off the object, get player character. Drag this over and connect that. We're going to get our silver and just connect that to the return value. Tidy up. Okay, compile and save, and that should be done for setting up our entire HUD system. So let's let's see how this looks. So Alt play. Okay, so we're gonna press our flashlight so we can get some light in here. See our health is working, our thirst. Let's check our stamina. That's going down quite nice. We might want to change the thirst so it doesn't go down so quick, maybe. our point system and our gold things look a little off. So I'm just being a little pet peevish, so I want to go fix this really quick. So if we change this to 0. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so Alt and P. That still doesn't look that great, but we're not focusing on making everything accurate. We're just trying to teach you how to implement these very simple functions into your game so that you can learn how to start making your own game. So let's find some gold and some silver really quick. We're on a gold and silver quest. Okay, so we found some silver. We got 1 silver. See, it went up. Let's start running over here. Let's get some gold. Got that gold. Okay, and there should be some more over here. Okay. And the last gold should be right here. So we got that. Now if we press P, it's going to sell our gold. Alright, so we got 250 points. Sell our last gold. 500. Now let's sell our silver. So it's only 100 and that. So our gold and our silver system is working. Our flashlight battery has just died. Luckily you have the emissives on this so you can still see them. Boom, I just got some flashlight again. And if I'm fixing to die of thirst, let's see if that works really quick. We just wait. Nice night sky. And we're gonna watch our lives up here in the upper left hand corner. See if it goes down. Boom. We died from thirst, so it killed us. So everything is working exactly how we want it to work. So we're going to exit out of this immersive mode. And that's going to be it for setting up the HUD. I hope you had a lot of fun getting your hands dirty and setting up our viewport so that we can actually see these functionalities working in the game. So it was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see y'all in the next video. So we'll see you later. Alrighty, so now that we're done with that, let's go over what we did. We set up the HUD, we set up a health system, a thirst, a stamina, our flashlight is in our HUD, lives, point system, and our gold and our silver. So we learned a lot of good little tricks that we can implement into games later on. So we'll see you in this next section. Alrighty, welcome to the Unreal Engine 4 Basic FPS Game Tutorial Section 6. This is going to be our final section, so a lot of cool things that we're going to be putting in the game. We're going to be learning how to build the AI, adding AI health and its death, AI roaming so it can run around the place, different types of AI, killing the AI, and enemy spawning. So lots of final touches that we're going to be putting in that's going to make this game a lot better. We'll see you then. Alrighty, so we're back, and we are going to start learning how to make the AI character in this game. So how we are going to start doing this is we're going to go to that folder that we made at the beginning of this course called Enemy AI. Under our AI Active, we're going to open this up, and all this input, we can just get rid of it, delete it, we don't need it, compile, save. And what we're going to start doing is making it so the AI can actually follow us when it sees us. So, oops, let's expand this a little bit. We are going to create an event tick. Now, off this event tick, we are going to create a sequence. Okay, and we are going to add one more pin to that. Let's save, compile. It doesn't have anything on this, so we'll just add a branch to keep it quiet. Okay, we'll compile and save that. So up here, in the viewport of the person, we don't have to be on viewport, but in the event graph, we're going to add a component. And this component is going to be called pawn sensing. Okay. Now that we have added that, we're going to click on our pawn sensing. And over here, we're going to, under our details, we're going to find our events, and on C pawn, we're going to add that. Let's drag it up here. And we'll close this back down a little bit. So we need to create some variables actually. And those variables that we need to create is in range and moving. So we're going to create the variable, and this is going to be in range. And that is going to be a Boolean, which it is. And then the second one, like I said, is going to be is moving. Fix this really quick. There we go. And it is a Boolean as well. So we're going to compile, save. So off of this, we are going to actually set our in range. We're going to set it, connect it, and we are going to check mark this box saying yes, it is in range. And off of our pawn, we're going to go to cast a third person character. And we'll connect this up. Then after this, we're going to create AI move to. It's already nicely a node made for the AI. And we're going to right click over here and get a reference to our self. So we're going to go self, get reference to self. And we are going to hook this up as the pawn. And for our as third person character, that is going to be our target. Okay, now that we have that, we're going to, yep, that's it. On success of this, we're going to destroy the actor. And that target is going to be the self. So we can go ahead and connect those. Okay, and we're going to move over here some. And after this, we are going to, so this will work just fine as it is. But we're going to go a little bit farther into it by making kind of a death scene for the AI, basically. We're going to drag off of this, and we're going to go spawn emitter. Spawn emitter at location. And our location, we are going to drag off and get actor location. Okay, we'll just throw that in right there. And we're going to select our emitter as the explosion. So if it basically, if our AI runs into us, it's going to explode and it's going to die. But what's the point of it exploding and running into us? Well, it needs to take off some damage. So we're going to, oops, all the way over here. Off of our third person, we're going to drag over and go to set player health. And we're going to connect these two. We're going to drag off under here and go int minus int. And off of this again, as our third person character, drag off and get player health. and it's going to take off 25. We'll set that. And that is it for the AI when it sees us. So we can go into the viewport actually and see our pond sensing. So let's fix this really quick. So viewport, select pond sensing, come over here, and we're going to change its peripheral vision to 45 degrees. And I believe that's it for this. We're going to save and compile. We're going to exit out of here. And the first thing we need to do is we're going to go up and we need to create an AI volume so that our AI understands where it is in the world, basically. So that's what we need to create. So we're going to go over to volumes, and we're going to scroll down to nav mesh bounds volume, and we're going to drag this out, drag it out in a flat spot, if I even knew where a flat spot is. Guessing one's right here. That looks good. Let's take a closer look really quick. That is not a flat spot, so we're going to get rid of this. So nav mesh bounds volume. We're just going to put this around our character because we know our character is on a flat surface. And what we're going to do is just basically expand this for the entire thing. You might want to change your light just so you can see what you're doing. So we're going to rotate this after we turn its intensity up. Okay. So now we can somewhat see what we're doing. Going to go to our scaling tool, select our nav mesh volume, and we're going to scale it up as best we can to where we want that volume to be. So that'll be good right here. And then we're gonna do it this way. Let's move it just a teeny bit. Okay. And you see on the bottom right it said building navigation. So now, if we drag one of our AI characters out here, it's going to be looking the other way. Oh, here we can do this in our AI real quick. Let's go to our viewport in the AI, and we're going to delete this camera. And the camera, boom. And then we'll compile and save. So now, let's see if this works. We're going to press play. It's just sitting there chilling. And he starts to follow us. And he exploded too and took some of our health off, so that worked great. So we're going to exit out. And that is going to be the end of this first video on how to get them running towards you. Alrighty, so now in this video we're going to go a little bit farther into the AI itself, and what we're going to do is create a roaming for it. So it's just not standing there, it's looking around every part of the map to see if it can find us. First, let's select all this up here, and we're going to press C to encompass it, and we're going to call this AI on C follow. Okay, and we'll drag this up some, so we'll compile, save, and off of our sequence node is now we're going to start getting into this. So we, off of this, I can go in, we're going to drag this out over here, good little, yeah, probably right there, and we're off of our true, oops, no, first let's copy this and paste it over here. So off of our false, we're going to go down this way. And we're going to get our is it in range. We are getting this. We are going to hook it up to our condition. And we are going to do the same thing or we could just go like this actually. Okay, makes things a little more neat, maybe. There we go. Okay, and off of the false, we are going to drag and go AI move to. And off of the pawn, we are going to get a reference to self. So we're going to drag down here, hook it up to pawn, and our target, we're going to drag that up to the third person. Actually, we don't need to have a target. I'm so sorry. Let's break that link. Off of the destination, we're going to go and get the random point in the nav radius. Okay, now that we have that, off of this, we are going to, off of the origin of it, we're going to get actor location. Okay. And off of this, we're getting our is moving, or setting it actually. We're going to copy it. So we're going to have these two. We're going to hook this one up to the top. And if that comes out, yes, it is moving. So we are going to check the box. And on success, or on success fail, we are going to hook both of those up and have it where it's not set to it. And over here in our get random point nav radius, it's going to give us a point, and we need to set this to 500. And you can mess with that and see what those different values can give you. And let's see how this works. So we are going to save and compile, exit. We're going to press play, and as you can see, this character is now moving around. Oh, he found me. He's going to run, and boom, he just took some health off of me. So that was pretty cool. All right. And so we just figured out now how we can make this character actually roam around in the map to try to find us. So that's really cool. And that's going to be the end of this video. So we'll see you in the next one. Alrighty, so in this video, we are going to learn how to set up the AI health so that we can actually make the character die. So first, for this little piece that we just created, let's select everything, press C to get it, and this is going to be called our AI roaming. Okay. So off of this second tab right here, we're going to drag a good little bit down. We're going to create a branch. We'll leave that there just for the moment. And once we do that, we are going to go over here to our variables, create a new variable, and call this AI health. Okay. Got that. We're going to select it, and we're going to change it to an integer. We'll compile, save, and give it a value of 100. Okay. And we'll compile and save again. So remember, off this second, or this last node, drag it down. We're going to make a branch. Let's zoom in a little bit. And we're going to make a condition. First, we're going to go is int less than integer. We're going to grab our AI health. We're going to get it. We're going to set this off. Okay. And we're going to change this to 1. So is it less than 1, which would be 0? If it is, it's going to destroy the actor. Okay. And if it's not going to do anything. So off of this, we're gonna do like we did before, just like when it runs into us, except this is its death. So like for example, if we shoot it off in the distance, it's gonna, you know, have a death as well. And we're gonna do basically the same thing, make an explosion. So we're gonna spawn emitter at location. We're gonna select that emitter to be the explosion. Off of our location, we are going to get actor location. Okay. And if we do that, which means, okay, we shoot the AI from a distance, it dies or it destroys itself, it spawns the emitter, which is the explosion, so it dies, it explodes, and off of that, we're going to need to get a reference actually to add points to it, but we're going to be doing that here very, very shortly. And we'll actually be doing that in this next video so we can show you all the things that is coming by setting up this AI. Alrighty, now so we are going to be jumping back into the AI actually, but kind of, sort of, a little bit, not really, but what we are going to be doing is making several versions of the AI so we have different enemy AIs. So how we're going to do that is we are going to just duplicate it. So we're going to click on it, and we are going to duplicate this. And this one is going to be AI active hard. Okay. So now that we have done that, we are going to reduplicate it again, and this one's going to be called AI reactive. Okay, and also after this AI reactive, we are going to have to duplicate it again, and we're going to go AI reactive hard. So we're going to have 4 different types of them. So let's jump actually really quick into this AI reactive, or let's get rid of this one really quick. I'm so sorry. Let's jump into here. What the reactive one has that, or more specifically doesn't have, what the AI active is that we're going to take out this AI roaming in it. So we're going to select all this, and we're going to delete all of this, and we're going to rehook these up. So we're going to bring this up to the first one, break the link on that, break the link on this. In our bottom branch right here, we're going to drag up and bring it into the second one, and we are going to remove this pin. So now that we've done that, we can select all this, and we can just move it up, and we can move this down. Okay. So basically, it's just going to sit there and wait for us to come around the corner. There's going to be some that are searching around, looking for us, and there's going to be some that's just going to be waiting for us around the corner. And that's what's going to be the reactive one right here. So that is actually just it right there. So we'll compile and save that. We'll exit out. Now we'll copy it or duplicate it, and this will be the hard version. So what separates the hard from the regular? So we're going to jump into the AI active hard, and what is going to separate it is that its health, we're going to go over to the AI health, and we're going to set it up to 300. So it's definitely a lot harder to kill. We'll compile and save that one, and we're going to do the same for the reactive. All right. Now that that is done, we are going to make them look a little bit different. So we're going to go to the active, going to go to the viewport, and you can throw whatever you want on it. So we're going to select our character mesh right here, and under our materials right here in element 1, let's do sparks. our sparks material. Oh, that's not the right one, unless you want an invisible one coming at you. There's an idea right there. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. You can just put it whatever you want. We'll put it as the cobblestone. Or, you know what? That doesn't make sense. We can do that on our reactive ones, because they're just sitting there waiting. And we'll just scroll down, and we'll click our concrete. That you can put it whatever you want. Once this is done, okay, so now we have that. We'll compile and save them. We'll exit out of here. We'll go into our AI hard, or our active hard. Go into the viewport, select our mesh, go over here, and we can, let's just set this one to the ocean. Okay, so we got that. We'll compile, save. We're going to go to our reactive and viewport, mesh selected, and this one will do our cobblestone. Ref. So we'll compile and save that. Oops, and we'll go to our hard and select our mesh. And we're going to change this one to where is it? I'll change it to rust or brushed nickel. Or you know what? No, let's not change it. We'll make it gold. Okay, we'll let all this stuff compile. Okay, sorry about noise in the background. It's a darn fan. I'm going to have to get a new one of those. But anyways, this is almost done compiling. Okay, so we'll save that. We'll exit out. Now we have these different kinds of AI. So that's going to... or actually here, let's drag our hard into here. We're going to drag in our reactive, which we'll just have over here, and our reactive hard. So we'll press play. These two seen us instantly, so we got to start running, destroy that one. This one definitely takes longer to destroy. Let's see if these guys will run after me, so let's run. Oh, only one of them see me. Oh, and he took health off of me. Yep, he's seen me too. Okay, well, one more thing to add into our hard ones actually is that we're going to select it. And over here where it takes off our health, up here, our hard ones are going to take off a lot more if it lets me select it. Okay, so we're going to change it to 50. So it takes out a good bit more health. So we'll save, compile. And we're going to go to our reactive and do the same thing. Save, compile. Let's see if that works. So our hard one is right in front of us. Boom, he took off half of my health. Let's run over here. Boom, 2 lives left. And that's working fantastically. You see it has some error and warnings while we go into this. And this is just actually in our AI blueprint. For some reason it's so weird that it's this little part right here that it just doesn't seem to like for some reason. And it works perfectly fine. I think it's just a little bug, something that they haven't fixed with this version, but it works perfectly fine. Do not hook this up here. It doesn't work, and just leaving it how I was showing you, this works perfectly fine. They're just little bugs that the game hasn't the version hasn't fixed yet. But and that's gonna be it for setting this up. In the next video, we're gonna set up its spawn volume, so that'll be a really fun one, and we'll see it then. Alrighty, so we're back, and we are gonna now create another node off of then one. We're gonna go over here, and we're going to cast to the third person character. Oops. Cast to third person character. So now that we got that, we're going to drag it down a little. And sorry about the last video, it's so short, but you'll understand in this video why I made that a shorter one, because we all have to hook all this stuff up here so that it all works. So what we're going to do is click on our mesh over here in the components. We're going to go all the way down, and we're going to select under events on component hit. That's going to give us this on component hit mesh. Okay, so basically what it means is that when this gets hit, it's going to play this stuff, okay? So off of our on component, on hit component, or on component hit, blah blah blah, hema, tomato, we're going to make a branch. And off of that branch, we're going to make a branch too. So let's copy, move. Alright, so off of this cast a third person character, we are going to set point system. And over here we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to get it. Okay. We're going to connect these two, connect this up top, so that's all connected. And now that we got our point system here in the AI, so the blueprint from the third person character, now those variables can be pulled in here so I can use them inside of the AI. So now that we have that, we're going to go back to what we did just a second ago and pick up where we left off. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to set our point system again. We're going to connect this, and then we're going to drag it out a little bit, and off of this we're going to go int plus int, so integer plus integer. You can set that right there and drag this up to our target on the point system. So that's all hooked up. Drag it in, and we're going to add 100. So basically this right here, we'll select it and press G, and we're going to go AI death. So this is what's going to happen when the AI dies, so that it's checking whether it has less than 1, which would be 0. If it is, it's going to destroy the actor, make an explosion at it where that location is, and it's going to add 100 points to our point system. So if we kill an enemy, we actually get some points. So that's really cool. So we'll save, compile. Oh, sorry about this. I forgot to, we got to add a reference to the third person character. And how we got to do that is we are going to zoom in. We're going to grab this node and go all the way to the top. And off of our AI on C follow, we are going to put it on that pawn. Okay. So we're going to go back down. Let's compile and save. And that's all good. So now over here, what we're going to be doing is a little more interesting now. So we got AI health established in here. We got a death system for it. So if it dies, it gives us points. And now the fun part out of all of this is how am I gonna make the game a little bit more better of an experience? Well, we can do that simply just by adding in an upgrading system, basically. So when we do that, I'm talking about our weapon. So if we shoot our weapon, it only takes so much health off of it, but we're gonna go in a little bit farther than that, and based off your point system, the more points you get, once you reach a certain number of points, it takes off more of the AI's health per hit. So essentially you're upgrading the damage of your weapon because it's taking off more of their health. And we're going to do that by dragging these out actually a little bit farther. And off of our point system, we're going to go int greater than or equal to. And we're going to hook this up, and we're going to select let's say 1,000, or no, let's go 700. Let's do 450 so it's a little bit easier so you can see it working right away. And let's drag this off a little bit. And we're going to copy this and paste it over here. And put this under this condition. And hook this up. And we're going to change this one to 1,500. Okay, so now that we got those set up, off of our false on our first branch, we're going to drag down over here, and we're going to go to cast a first person projectile. Okay, and we're actually going to select it, and we're going to Control C and Control V to copy it, and we're going to do the same thing one more time because we need 3 of them actually. And we'll set these up just like so. And off of our false, this first one is going to happen. So let's first hook up this. So the second branch, our false is going to be set up to this. And our second one, the true part of our second branch, is going to go to the top one. Okay. So now we're going to go off of this. We're going to, we can just go like this. AI health. We're going to set it, and we're going to copy this 3 times as well. And we're going to get it as well and do the same thing. Copy and paste. Control C and Control V. Let's bring these up. We're going to connect all of these. All right. And we might drag these out just a little bit and pull these in appropriately. And off of this, we're going to go to int minus int. And we're going to copy this 3, so there's 3 of them as well. We'll hook all of these up after we place them. And we'll keep everything tidy. Okay. And we'll hook all these values up too. So, okay, so off of this bottom one, this is how this is going to work. If the AI gets hit, and it's not greater than, or it's not, if it is less than or equal to 450, it's going to say no, and it's going to come out here, and we're going to have this at 15 points. So if it does get hit again and it has more than 450 points, it's going to come out true. And once we do that, if it has less than or equal to, it's going to ask it, does it have less than or equal to 1500? Let's say you had 1400. Say, okay, yes it is less than. Or it's going to come, it's going to come out false. It's going to say, no, it's not equal to it. So it's going to play the second one, which we're going to have it at 35. And this last one we're going to set to 75. And that's pretty much it. So if we have it over here, is it gets hit, you have 100 points, okay? Is it basically saying, is it less than or equal to 450? It is less than, but it's not equal to, so it's going to come out false. So it's no, and it's going to take this much off every time it gets hit. So it's going to go to this one. And if it does, let's say you have 500, it's going to go up, come out true. It's going to then be asked again, is it less than or equal to 1500? And you have 500 points. It's going to say, yes, it's less than, but no, it's not equal to. So it's going to say no, and it's going to come out false, and it's going to only take away 35 off of their health. So it's going to go, all right. And then if it is, it's going to go all the way to the top and take off all of 75 of their health, which is a lot of damage, so it's going to go straight to the top. So we'll compile, save this, and what we need to do is drag the reference from the object all the way over here to other actor. And we need to do this with all of them. Whoops, this one is supposed to be other actor. So compile, save, and we're going to select all of this. We're going to press C, and we're going to call this the AI damage and weapon or let's say and gun upgrade system. Okay, so that's what it is actually, is that based off of our points, it'll give us higher damage amounts, basically. Not necessarily, it's kind of funny how it works with this way, that it's not necessarily you taking more damage, your gun doing more damage. Your gun is doing the exact same thing always. It's just when it makes that impact based off of your points, it'll just take off more damage, or it'll take off more health. So it's kind of a weird way of thinking it. It's kind of silly, but it's cool. It works. So we're going to save and compile that. And let's see if this works. So we're going to exit out of this. We are going to press play, and hopefully... Oh wait, yep, nope, there's one more thing that we got to set up. So we need to go into here. We need to go to our viewport, select this, our character. And what we need to do is we can actually do a few things really quick. Is that we need to make it so that we can actually hit this person. What we're going to go down to is collision, and we're going to simulate generated hits. So compile, save, and I think that's all we'd have to do. Let's see. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So actually what we need to do is go into our, let's exit out of this, go into our AI active, go into our viewport, select our our AI character, the pawn. We're going to go down to the collision as well, where we did simulate generated hits or hit events. And we're going to click this little drop down, and we're going to change this to a custom. And we're going to leave it on query only, no physics collisions. And we're going to change this to world static. Okay. And once we do that, we're going to select ignore everything. And off of our pawn, it's going to have the overlap. So let's see what that does. So we're going to compile, save. And I think this fixed it. We'll find out. Who knows? Yep, so now, it works exactly how we want it to work. And that's going to be it for making our AI here in the game. Alrighty, so now in this video, we're going to create the spawn volumes for our enemies so that they can spawn into our map accordingly. So we're going to back out of this. In our AI enemy AI folder, we are going to right click. We're going to create a new blueprint class. And this is going to be an actor. And we're going to name this enemy spawning. Okay. And we're going to do the same, create another blueprint actor, and this is going to be enemy hard spawn. Okay. So first we're going to open up our enemy spawn right here. And what we're going to do is we are going to add a box collision. So we have that. We'll compile and save. And in our event graph right here, we are going to get rid of all of this. We do not need it. Zoom in. We're going to create a custom event. And we're going to call this Spawn AI. Okay. And up here, once it's selected, up here in the graph node, we're going to copy this because we'll need that later here very, very soon. We're going to get all actors of class. Move this up. And off of our other actors right here, we're going to drag off and we are going to get the length. We'll just type in length. So now that we got that, off of this top one, we're going to make a branch. We're going to create a condition that is int less than. And we're going to hook these up. And basically for us creating this spawn volume, it's once this event happens, it's going to get all actors of class, which we are going to set as AI active. And it's going to get an array, which is a list basically of what all is this, and that's going to be AI. And it's going to have a branch asking whether this is or it is less than this number. So we're going to, before we get into that variable, we're going to jump over here, jump off the true, jump off the true, and go spawn AI from class. And off of this, we're going to need to get a location. And we're going to go to random point in bounding box. Drag this out. Off of the origin, we are going to get world location. No, not origin. Get world. Get world location right here. And off of this one, we're going to get scaled box extent. Okay. So now that we got these, we need to have a target, which is going to be the box. And we're going to hook this up to that, and hook this up to that, and kind of try to keep it tidy. So basically what this is doing, this part is that it's getting a random point inside of our box, and it's going to spawn them inside of that random point. Or more specifically, our spawn volume, which this collision box is going to be. And now we need to create a variable that lets us know how many of these enemies can be in there at one time. So we're going to right click and promote this to a variable, drag that down, and we're going to call this max enemies or max AI. Okay, and down here, once that has been created, we are going to make it editable by making sure that it has this little eye is open, and we are going to have that where if it's editable, you can see it in our main viewport that we go into, and we'll be able to set a value to that. So we'll control and save that. Okay, we'll exit out of that. And we're going to do the same thing with our enemy hard spawn. Okay, so we're going to add a box collision. We're going to compile, save, event graph, get rid of all this. And we are adding a custom event. And we are going to call this one AI hard spawn. Okay. Now for that, we're going to get all actors of class. We're going to set this to AI hard or AI active hard. We're going to make a branch. Just like before, it's the same exact thing. Out of our actor right here, we're getting location or length. And we are going to make a condition, so int less than. Hook these up. We're going to spawn AI from class off the true. And off of our location, we're going to do random point in bounding box. We're going to get world location off the box. We'll drag this up like this, unselect it, drag that down. And off of this, we are going to get scaled box extent. And we can move this how we want. We could leave it like that, or we can just get rid of this and hook that up to make it a little more neat. Pile save, we are going to go over here so we have a number that only so many can be in there at a given moment. We're going to promote it to a variable, and we're going to call that variable max AI hard. And then we'll compile, save. We'll make it where it's edible so we can see it. And next thing for us to do is if you click on it over here, you would be able to see. Okay, so what the problem was is that I forgot to do something. My bad, not yours. So we're going to go to enemy spawning. And we need to set this pawn class right here to AI active. So we'll compile, save. We'll do that in the enemy hard. So we'll go over here. We're going to AI active hard. Let's compile, save, and I think this is what will fix it. So let's see. Yep. See, they are just spawning like crazy now. So we gotta get the hell out of here. Okay, so let's jump. And yay, we're safe for now until you make a bigger volume, and they're everywhere. And that is it for this entire lecture. I really hope you enjoyed following me along in these courses. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, definitely let me know, and I'll help you out as best I can to get all those problems solved. And we'll see you possibly in another lecture that I might be making soon. So definitely ask me about that, and thank you so much again. Alrighty, so this is what we learned in this section. We built the AI, we added a health and a death to it so we could have an explosion for it to die, and AI roaming so it could run around different types. We made active and reactive. We made it where we could kill the AI, and we had AI spawning. So I hope you learned a lot of things in this course, and I can't wait to make the next one for you. So thank all of you for going on this course, and we'll see you later.